Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, February the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen, please. Yes, full. Thank you. Okay, guys. Well, market's been rocked a little bit this morning. CPI numbers and threats of more rate increases that hit at right at 8:30 Eastern time, 5:30 my time, and there's that big red candle down. So I was able, not just because of that, but I probably would have tried this anyway. I was able to get some DCFC shorts, and there are none available right now at Interactive Brokers. There were about 3,000 or 4,000 available. Not that they took them all, but now there are no available right now. So I thought I'd hop on this short, and I'd love to write it down a lot further. See if it, the low of yesterday was about 11.89. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but with the market weakening the way it is, so I'm in just under 14 and just going to see what happens with this one. So that is the DCFC. Usually shorts have not been available. Now, tons happening, guys. Well, obviously, if the market maintains this mood, we are going to be in short the top mode probably all day. MAT, Mattel is an earnings play. It is gapped up. It's still holding, sort of. Okay. Uber is another one. Uber is another earnings play that, I mean, these just look kind of ripe to be shorted if this market keeps doing this. Uber is another one, though, UBER. INMD, this has nothing to do with the market. INMD, this is an earnings play, big gap down for it. Israeli stock, almost down 10% now. INMD, earnings play. IRNT received some kind of a new security contract. So this is actually holding. It's a relatively low float, not super low, 34 million, but it is relatively holding. It's not moving down with the market yet. QMCO. I think this is a little earnings play. Yeah, QMCO, little earnings play, and this is a gap down on earnings. Well, I'm hearing the crypto plays like Mara and Riot. It's funny because I almost was going to swing this BKKT yesterday. You know, I liked the way it was trading here. That 767 was the key. So I had it in this area, up a little bit, but you know, with the CPI coming out tomorrow, today, and you know, threats of many more price or rate increases, I thought, you know what, I just don't want to risk it. So glad I didn't hold it, because this is in essence a crypto play. So I did not hold the BKKT overnight. DRMA. A lot to get to here. DRMA, I think, is another. Actually, it's not an earnings play. I don't see any specific reason for this one to be popping up. A lot of volume, though. Look at the volume. 2.6 million, 4.3 in the float. So there was a lot of volume. I don't see the specific reason for it, for DRMA. Got to get to this VMEO. This is another earnings play, but it gave up 10. And this is an all-time low now for VMEO, earnings play. All-time low. TWOU is an earnings play. Another one gapping down. Very close to an all-time low, only 2.5% above an all-time low. So another earnings play, TWOU. MQ. Now this is gapped up. And again, I'm just looking to see if I can see any headline. I do not see any headline for it. Datadog, DDOG. There's a big gap up on earnings. Is it holding? Not really though. Look at this. Got up to 187, down to 172 now. But this was up on earnings. So, I mean, it's still up 10%, but giving up a lot of those gains. DD. So this is benefiting from, I'm just going to read the headline. This is with NIO and LI and XPAV yesterday. Several Chinese companies are trading higher following news indicating China's state-backed investment funds may be buying local shares to help stem the recent decline. So I guess that is the reason for a little bit of a pop in DD. I mean, when it was up to 428, that was a lot higher percent increase, but whether this holds or not is another thing. Apron, wow, Blue Apron earnings release, no great reaction to it. Obviously, look at this, down almost 20% for Blue Apron, APRN, only 3% above an all-time low. Twitter, though, Twitter had earnings, and when I first looked at it, it was probably before the 5:30 number or the 8:30 numbers. Yeah, so Twitter was. Why is this happening? This is a bug. I'm in a development version. I'm getting that little pop-up bug. I don't know why. But Twitter was up to 41 something, and now it is really giving it up. Wouldn't surprise me if this went negative. LUMN. Another earnings play, a big gap down, 13.8%. It's a big float, 1 billion in the float, but big gap down for it. Just one moment, please. And if you're a good Canadian, you can't short this, but Canada Goose is an earnings play. Boy, this is really gap down. Look at this. Look at this daily chart. It's down. It's down below these levels. It's down. What was the low last month? 28.17. It's at 28.77. So Canada Goose, GOOS, is also down on earnings. So a gap down on earnings, and it is continuing to move down. Tumbles after profit and revenue missed. Vera, VERA. Okay, so they're doing a financing at $15. Actually, that's pretty good. They're doing a financing, 5 million shares at $15 each. So it is popped off that financing price, so that's not bad. I mean, it's down 7% and all, but it is off that financing price, VERA. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if it starts drifting back down toward it, but as we speak, it is off that financing price. And then one last one to take a look at. I mean, there are others, but too many to get to. LICY. Don't see, there's a... So it's a bit of a strange one. Morgan Stanley warns on capital raises for next year, so they're going to raise money, and then they announce a $10 price target when it's at $7.56. Now they didn't know. Well, yeah, they did. So they've announced a $10 price target, and it's at $7.56. All right, well, let's see what the analysts are saying this morning regarding upgrades and downgrades. Even Siri, my Siri is moving down. Is this an earnings play? SIRI? Interesting. They've announced a dividend. They announced a dividend, and the market is sort of thumping them for that a little bit. SIRI. My Siri, as in I have Sirius. Okay, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Not too many of each. Fewer upgrades than downgrades, but not too many of each. So I'll get some of them in now. This is from briefing.com. All right, there they are. I say not many upgrades. Actually, not too many downgrades either. See, there's a downgrade for NCLH from Citigroup, and it's moving down now. All right, and there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, guys, I've covered all the my DCSF short. Quite as much as I wanted, but no shorts available now. I wanted it to really crack 13, but didn't quite do it. So there is one here that I'm not, I don't see any news on it. Closing of a financing, I guess. Closes a $10.5 million financing at $4.15 a share. So that's not good. But I guess this was yesterday. So this is the AREB. Let me make sure of the date. What's today? The 10th? Yeah, so announced the closing. Actually, it was after hours. It was at 4:05, the closing of the $10.5 million financing at $4.15. So it is below the 415. However, it is popping quite a bit this pre-market, and that is AREB. Market continues to move down. Yeah, a little late now for me, but a lot of these ones that look pretty good in the pre-market off earnings, Mattel was one of them. They just look like they're really going to fade if the market keeps doing this. I keep waiting to see if Uber will crack 42. So Brian, if you're going to talk about a stock, please put it in caps. It just makes, I'm assuming you're talking about RHE. Yeah, just put everything in caps so that we can really differentiate. What about it? Yeah, it's up. It's not that much volume yet, but it's a super low float. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. But you're right, it is up, and it's a big pop, and it's a very low float. Might stumble around 5 if it gets there, but just have to wait for the market to open. I don't see any news on it. That's okay, Brian. Yeah, it's just it helps, you look how much text there is sometimes in some of these posts. So if you put the symbols in caps, the symbol, obviously the stock will stand out. And welcome, by the way, welcome. And actually, RHE was showing up. It must have just kind of popped up, I guess, on that move there. When I say showing up, it's showing up in my pre-market actives. Probably an earnings play, another one that's getting just hammered here. EMKR, another earnings play. Not that much volume yet, but it's down 22%. And look at this on the daily chart, big gap down. Disney, yeah, actually I didn't mention Disney. It is not showing up for some reason. Maybe it's out of the price range. But yeah, Disney had earnings, and definitely a big increase in their streaming service, number of subscriptions. But it is fading also. And the Disney price target cut to $200 from $220 by JP Morgan, as it's sitting at $155. Not much volume yet in this one, but this is another earnings play. Release earnings after hours, PAA. I don't know what's happening with this 15-minute chart, the way it's jumping. Yeah. And one of our favorite stocks to watch, of course, is DWAC, and it is succumbing also to market downward pressure, DWAC. There's Uber now. Now there's Uber. I was waiting on a 42 break, and this just looks like it's going to drift down with this market. All right, let's take a look. It's not going to look good, but let's take a look at the sectors before 10 minutes before the market opens. See if there's any strong sector. Excuse me. All right, so if you're new, what you're seeing here is these are the major sectors. Here's the technology sector, XLK. These are the stocks that make it up. And you can see there are only two stocks. When you see 2.74%, or 97% just staring at you, that means 97% of the stocks in this technology sector, XLK, are down from yesterday's close, okay? That's what that number means. So look at financials. I mean, if you're looking for a strong sector right now, financials, strong, relatively strong compared to the rest of the sectors. 60% of them are up from yesterday's close. Even energy. Energy is usually 100% or zero. So in this case, it's not quite 100% down, 90%, But many days we see either 100% up or 100% down. So, but 90% of the energy stocks are down. Only 2 of them are up. You can just see barely HFC and FANG. So this is a bit of a glimpse, to what we might see when the market opens. Of course, looking at this 15 minutes from now, half an hour from now, we could get a very different picture. But right now, would not want to be in a tech stock unless it's really trading on its own and it doesn't care what the rest of its sector is doing. Trading on its own, meaning maybe an earnings play, some fantastic news. Well, QMCO is now underneath 3. Earnings play. VMEO is cascading downwards. This will probably show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. VMEO. And it's an all-time low now on earnings. And it is shortable. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. 2.65 million, so a lot of shorts available. Well, I know he was really trying to concentrate on trading options, so I don't know if that's the deal, Eagle. I really don't know. And so maybe he needs no room distraction. I know he was practicing, and I think his account was going to go live maybe this week or in terms of options, so that might be the reason. Whoa, the grow generation, GRWG. There's really no sector that's safe today. Again, financials modestly, 50-50, about 50-50, but there's really no sector that is completely safe today. Safe if you want to go long. Okay, I mean, of course, those of us, if you're prepared to short, there's lots of opportunities. I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Of course, our AMC and GME. GME had just an amazing run yesterday. Will it hold? I mean, it got up to 124, but that's not. I mean, it was at 113 low, got up to 124, so it's been on the move. Will this market downturn take it down again? And of course, AMC the same. The same. Unilever, did they have earnings also? No big reaction. No big reaction to it. Just down 1.71%. Canada Goose. I'm hearing it. Hearing meaning text to voice in one of my scans that I have in the pre-market. One of them is text to voice, so I hear her saying goose. So again, last month's low was 28.17. How can that be? Just give me a moment. Low, yeah, 28.17. Oh boy, hearing PTON also, Peloton and Hood. Nothing is safe right now, guys. Now, could this turn into my favorite day, the big gap down, and then a bit of a recovery over the course of the day? Why that is, one of my favorite days is because a lot of stocks get beaten up just because the market's going down. It's not necessarily because they had poor earnings or poor news or anything like that. They're just caught up in the downturn. But if the market turns up, those are the sort of stocks we look for to bounce. Not the stocks that have got bad earnings or bad reaction to earnings or bad news. Well, I'm glad I got out of my DCF short, DCFC short, DCFC short. I mean, this may not be over. I mean, it may not care what the market's doing. I'm just going to stick an alert around 16. I know that sounds crazy when it's at 1360, but remember, this can have wild, wild moves. It got up to almost $20 yesterday. No, it's the CPI numbers, CPI, the Consumer Price Index numbers, and also the threat of maybe, I think the market was looking at maybe three rate increases, and they're talking maybe 7. I mean, that's the reason. Mainly the inflation numbers. That's what happened. They were released at 5:30, so that is the reason. So as I get set for this open, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things try to settle down a little bit. Boy, the goose is just getting taken down here, guys. 3 months ago, this hit, I think, on earnings also. I think this was his earnings play 3 months ago. Got up to $54, almost cut in half now. Snap is moving down also. There's the goose, guys. You'll have access to it on about 20 minutes after the market. Oh yeah, Sarah. So you'll have access to it about 20 minutes after the market closes on Friday. Okay, so you can play around with it. Also, Chris Farley will be in our. What time is it now? Chris Farley will be in our YouTube room, 3:30 on Friday, and he's going to go as long. I don't know how long he's going to go. Normally, again, he goes 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday in our YouTube room, but he's going to stick around and help people who are. I signed up for the test drive. Get them started. Okay. He's also going to have a little stint, I think, Saturday morning also. You mean this window we call Brokerage Plus? Yes. The question was, is brokerage trading part of TI? Is it part of standard? Yes. All right, guys, we are going to be open in less than a minute. I don't know where William is. No, and YouTube, Sarah, YouTube. So less than a minute, the market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And let's just see what happens today. All right, we are now open. All right, I'm just watching. So DRMA, this one I don't think I saw any news on. DRMA, real cheap one. Lots of volume. Look at the volume. But again, guys, it's early. One from yesterday that was really active was KAVL. I do see that it's Trying to come back a little bit here. Okay, TWOU. Earnings play. This just hit the almost an all-time low. Look at that. Almost an all-time low. 1.3% above the all-time low. So, question in our YouTube room, do we offer a free trial? Not exactly, but if you click on this link, you can sign up for this test drive that's coming up on Monday. So we're Thursday, so it's just a few days away. It'll cost you $11.11 for access to our full premium service for 10 trading days. Only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade, okay? So there's the test drive link I'm putting in. Okay, let's see what this market is trying to do. We've got a, little green bar forming. So, obviously the market thumped at the very beginning. Dow's down, NAS is down, and the SPY is down at the beginning. All right, guys, TWOU, almost an all-time low. It's a little early for me. I know it's coming in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early for me to take these sort of trades, but and there's Goose also in the 10-day daily breakdown. Again, scans that I'm sharing, the 10-day daily breakdown. And that's the reason. Look at this. I mean, look at the Goose. I mean, 27.28 almost pops $1 just like that. If you're new to trading, my recommendation is to sit out at least the first 15 or 30 minutes of the day, okay? You will miss the ones that keep running, yes, but it prevents you from taking early trades and having these sort of things happen. You can get whipsawed out of trades just like that. So if you're new to trading, that's my recommendation. Sit it out first 15 to 30 minutes. All right, so Barbie, Mattel, MAT, so had that downturn, but it's trying to pop up here again, guys. And maybe with the market, a little bit with the market. Reservations that candle is going to be green to start, but just have to let it, FLNC was halted on the way down. Ooh, FLNC was halted on the way down. And also another one was halted, VMEO, on the way up. So it had a bit of a bounce. VMEO had a bounce. This would have probably, had that not happened, this would have showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown also. All right, Uber. So Uber did have the little bit of a tailspin following the market like this, but it's having a little bit of a pop. So this is a market high. Of course, it's not a pre-market high. So Uber is having a bit of a pop, UBER. Boy, the TWOU is getting really tasty here, guys. TWOU was a short. Can't tell you to take the trade. I'm just offering the fact that it's looking pretty tasty. And that's as a short, of course. All right, leading this little race here is SBAV. So SBAV's having a little bit of a pop here. I'll go into the races a little bit in a little while. All right, there it goes, guys. TWOU. Almost an all-time low, only 1% above. All right, well there, I have to stamp that as a winner, guys. TWOU. We had the alert at 1170. 1150 here, but in my 10-day daily breakdown, TWOU at 11. You know, I don't like taking it right at 9:30. I like to see these things settle down a little bit. But this had that look. Can't tell you to take trades, but the intonation of my voice might give a bit of a clue. All right, getting absolutely thumped. Can it take out 11? Here's another earnings play, guys. LUMN. LUMN. Now, CLSK, yeah, this is actually a 10-day daily breakout, but can we really trust this? There's that opening 15-minute candle. It's still green. What time is it now? It has another 6 minutes to close. All right, TWOU cracking through 11 now. I've taken some off, okay? I've taken some off in case it wants to pop over 11 again. So I've taken some off of that, covered some of that short for TWOU. Okay, I see that VMEO has had actually a very nice bounce. And the DWAC is nice opening a green candle, and it is dragging CFVI up. LUMN is continuing down on earnings. Big float, $1 billion in the float. So hard to imagine it's going to move that much more. It's already down 16%, but with that float, look at that nice, wow, big green bar, guys. This is a nice little recovery. You know, so some bounce plays should be working if you're trying to play some bounces. Yeah, ANGH halted on the way up, yes. Whew, TWOU. All it takes is one, guys. Just one. So I'm on a development version, and you'll notice it says halted here on my chart. I'm on a development version, so this is being tested right now. This is version maybe the one that gets released for the test drive. So Twitter, let's take a look at Twitter. You're saying it reversed. Yeah, a little bit of a reversal. Boy, what did in the pre-market, I said it wouldn't surprise me if this went negative. I mean, it was very positive at the beginning, but then those numbers hit and dragged most stocks down, even the ones with, the reaction to Twitter is an earnings play. The reaction was good to their earnings release, but, got caught up with the rest of the market. Uber, guys. Uber is lifting here. No pun intended. What is LYFT doing? Lyft had earnings a couple of days ago. But Uber continues to actually move higher, maybe with the market. Boy, look at that topping tail on that SPY. I don't know if I can believe that. Yeah, I don't know if I can believe that. I don't recall seeing it. It might have been just flashed all green up here and then pulled back down. It's possible. Lufax, I haven't seen this one in a long time. This is another China company. China. So I don't know if this one is part of that deal in which they say shares of Chinese companies are trading higher. Just to flash this news again, possibly due to policy easing hopes as well as overall strength in global markets amid a rebound in U.S. stocks. Policy easing hopes. And also some Chinese funds buying these. I'm not saying this is one of them, but definitely yesterday, XPEV was certainly the recipient of that news. And you can see XPEV, here it was in the pre-market. So that was, what are we now, Thursday? So that was Tuesday afternoon. That's the after hours. And then this is Wednesday, the Wednesday pop. Pre-market on that news. All right, now guys, getting some of the gap, one of my scans that I've sort of resurrected, the gap continuation or reverse. Oh, I remember Lucent. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A long time ago. IRNT, guys. IRNT is new security contract. So that they did have some news this morning. IRNT, relatively low float. It's already traded the float, almost half the float. In fact, which is about a half right now. 17 million, 34 million in the float. No, you can't do it, Del Boca. No. I mean, if you it's something you'd like, info at trade-ideas.com and make a suggestion, okay? But there's no setting like that, no. We're improving our charts. You know, a lot of work is being done on charts. We never build ourselves as a charting program, okay? And so if you're looking for a full-blown charting program, this is not the one, but we're certainly adding a lot more features to our charts. How much further can TWO go? Can it actually become an all-time low? Look at that. It's basically at its all-time low. I don't know when that was. I mean, probably a few, maybe it was right over here. All right, guys, now the goose, after that little pop, now the goose is, unfortunately, is just getting hammered here. And I say unfortunately, I have I have 3 or 4 Canada Goose products. So if I look left on the monthly chart, I think what I'm going to see is a low of 22. Yeah, I'm not in it, and I still have the TWOU as it continues its descent. I'm not in the goose, unfortunately. Not unfortunately. I mean, it can still, the goose can be still pretty whippy. It only has 55 million shares. Okay, so for a $27 stock, you know, that's not that many shares outstanding. ANGH, she said, is resumed, and wow, yeah, no kidding. What a nice resumption. And it got halted again. So it resumed and then got halted again. Now, this is a SPAC that I haven't seen for a while, guys. The Guggenheim ones. GGPI is a SPAC, and it's starting to lift somewhat. Credit Suisse is a gap down and go, and this was an earnings play, I believe. Yes, huge float. 2 billion in the float, so it's hard to imagine it's going to be that much more dynamic. Looks like 9 could hold it. So SOPA is going to rebounding a little bit off the. I guess I did a financing yesterday. I think it was around $3.30. I think that's what I remember. I think it was about 3 million shares at raising 10 million at about 3 million shares. So SOPA's actually, and this was a memer on 2 days ago. Yeah, I saw grab in the pre-market. I didn't know if it was an earnings play, but it's not an earnings play. Singapore, okay. Well, I see after profit and revenue miss expectation. Expectation, it's all about expectations. So, and then they've cut their guidance. How do you belong to, Jay? Come on, we're part of the empire here. What are you doing to me? I'm just kidding. You do what you want. Well, GME and AMC, again, they don't really care. The memers have definitely got a hold of these. Pack B is a gap down and reverse. Okay, Chloe. Thank you. I love you too. Well, you know what? Barbie is holding the gains now. Mattel, MAT. Look at the market. Now this is, okay, this market is definitely rebounding. So we should see a lot of stocks that are doing something like this. I mean, look at AMC and GME, guys. Look at GME. Almost at yesterday's high now, 124.71. AMC, yesterday's high was what, 1903 or so? Yeah, grab on the way here. I mean, I am surprised if that float is correct. 1.88 billion. I mean, that's these are pretty big moves with that sort of a float. I don't see any specific news for grab. Another gap down and reverse for Lucid, LCID. I think some of you mentioned BTU. This is an earnings play. Yeah, BTU is a gap up and go. I'm going to go over some of this, usually around 10.20 or so, 10.15, 10.20, but this is what I'm looking at, the gap continuation or reversals. I have four scans in this multi-strategy window. All right, any news on this one, this Guggenheim? Who are they trying to take over? Polestar. Footprint. Okay, so Footprint is to go public. Maybe it's getting closer. This is a SPAC, and I guess they're trying to take this company called Footprint public. Maybe it's getting closer to that. Wow, guys, look at DCFC. Could this do a crazy thing again? Again, if you're not familiar with this one, on this day they were invited to the White House. This company. So it had a huge day 2 days ago, but an even huger day yesterday. But you've got to, if you're going to take this, just be awfully careful. I mean, it's very, very, very whippy. Well, bounce plays are in vogue now, guys. Look at that second green candle. Mosaic is not an earnings play, but it is doing well. Had earnings on the 22nd. I'm sorry, it's coming up. Mosaic earnings are coming up on the 22nd, but it's doing well. Look at this little takeout here yesterday of yesterday's high. MOS. Yeah, we come back now for that BKKT. With the market, I guess crypto is bouncing. Let's take a look at BITO ETF. Yeah, so you can see what's happening. Most of the crypto plays were doing this, and now they're starting to come back with the market. So they're very, 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 very market dependent right now. Very market dependent. So apps is not an earnings play. APTS is not an earnings play. But it is, wow, look at this move. I mean, it really didn't, a bit, again, with the market, moved down, had a big, strong after hours yesterday, and now it's basically getting close to the after hours highs for APTS. And, you know, close to an all-time high, within 10% of an all-time high, which I guess is back here in 2017. So we're getting some good-looking bounce plays now. This is, I don't call this a bounce play exactly because it was always up for the day. This is more a gap up and go now. Oh yeah, there's DIDI, guys. DIDI. Again, the news that, let me just say again, several shares and several companies may benefit from China easing some restrictions, and also maybe their state-owned funds buying some of these beaten up stocks. Yeah, nice one on the BTU. I can't chase this now, but nice one on the BTU. I know somebody was mentioning, I think it was about Cam or Casa was mentioning it early. I'm still watching my TWOU short. Yeah, for whatever reason, Mosaic is just ripping here, guys. Almost, oh no, I'm sorry. It's a 2-year high. Sorry, Jay. Yeah, I'm still holding TWOU. There was no real reason for me to get out of it. I know Jay is long, but there was no reason for me to get out of it. I've covered some, just underneath 11. But listen. You know, I always have to say this. Don't listen to me. Don't wait for me. If you're in this one, you have to manage to trade on your own, okay? Don't wait for me to say, okay, guys, I think everybody you should be selling or anything like that. All right, so this was the one that got, excuse me, this got halted. FLNCE got, FLNC got halted on the way down, and now it's trying to have a little bit of a bounce here. Boy, that BTU, excellent, excellent, guys, if you took that one. Yeah, the BKKT is coming back with the market. Okay, MQ, again, I couldn't see any reason for this one being up. I still can't see any news headline for MQ. But this is coming back also. Look at the market. What a rebound, guys. That's a big rebound. I could take out these high. I'm going to stick an alert, the SPY right up here, and see if it takes that out. I mean, that's a big rebound. So sometimes, even though that looked like a false topping tail, we've seen this in the past, that sometimes, for whatever reason, these are little clues of what might happen. Another one that has come back, BEKE. All the way down here, $21, and then $22.44. Another EV play, gap down and reverse, Fisker, FSR. However, let's take a look at yesterday's high, 1279, so it's a little bit close to yesterday's high. Doesn't mean it's not going to get through there, but yeah, BITO, yeah, big pop here for crypto, which is might have to take a look at this if it pulls back a little bit, this BKKT. Wow, BTU just on a mission. Pretty big float too, 125 million in the float. Boy, oh boy. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1972. Not saying it's going to get there. On the weekly chart, it looks like that's about the same, 1972. Boy, this has got room. Look at the market. What a recovery. 45 minutes. Everybody's happy. Funny, I saw BTU a little bit in the pre-market, but it was kind of chopping up and down. It wasn't really up that much, but look at this now. Great call by I can't remember which one. Casa or Cam. Gotta keep an eye on this DCFC, guys. If this market keeps like surging like this, just because it gives the opportunity of a big multi-dollar run if it wants to get going again. But it's certainly not for everybody, all right? Well, BKKT, guys. All right, will it take out 8? Guys, this just opened. HTCR, crazy little one. Keep an eye on it. Between 4 to 6, 3 million shares. So this is one of those crazy, crazy low float IPOs, okay? Very cheap. And that is the HTCR. Boy, look at, I mean, it's lives of their own. GME and AMC surging here. Again, these are not for everybody, okay? They say these little ones, but they can have some crazy action, especially maybe not the first day, but the second day. HTCR. Can BKKT take out that 8? No, I have no target for TWOU. No target. I mean, it's an all-time low now, basically. So, basically an all-time low. I have no target. It's going to, keep in the trade until it tells me not to. When I say no target, I mean usually if you want to call them targets, I'm always looking left, to see where the next well, if I'm going to be short something, where the next low is. Well, there isn't one because it's an all-time low now. So I cannot lose sight of this DCFC. I really cannot lose sight of it, okay? Just because it has the ability to do something really crazy. So what I'm going to do is put an alert around 1426. Again, put that alert doesn't mean I take the trade if it happens. I just want to know if it hits that price. I want to see if there's volume associated with it. Oh, there's no question that there's no question that something could step into TWOU, but at this point, look at this. I mean, this is almost at these pre-market highs for the SPY. What a comeback! Just, who cares about inflation? Who cares if we have 7 rate increases? Who cares? Well, guess what's working today, guys? Gap down and reverse. I mean, look at this. Gap down and reverse. These are the ones that are really working today. Now, just give me a moment, please. Just one moment. I'm just trying to locate a... Okay, so this is his HTCR. Again, I may not do anything today, but I'm sticking now an alert at the high. It's like around 550 or so 554. See if it takes it out later on today or tomorrow. Again, these little, and they're not for everybody, but 3 million, between 4 to 6. Boosted, I think they're kind of specializing in these low ones. This one it may release also today or tomorrow. JUNS, another one of those low float, cheap stocks. Well, that came on my IPO, okay? Linda, you've been in the room before, right? I talk about how I track the IPOs when they get, so it was a price alert that I put for HTCR. And so when it started to trade, that's when the price alert window popped up on my screen. So again, like JUNS, okay, JUNS has not started trading, but I've got a price alert that when it starts to trade, I just put a price alert at say $1. We know it's going to open over $1. When it starts to trade, I'll know about it. Well, you can't copy my IPO scanner. You have to do it yourself. I mean, it's not that I don't want you to, but you have to. You know the IPO calendar that I'm looking at all the time, right? You've got that link. And it also shows up. I mean, it's not 100%, but the little quirk that we have with our halts resumes, I would say maybe 90% of IPOs show up here also as a resume. That is just but it can't be 100% relied upon. So that's why do a little bit of work on Saturday. Get your IPO, take a look at all the IPOs that are going to happen in the next week, and get ready for them by creating price alerts. I'll go over that a little bit later, okay? For those of you who are interested in the way that I track IPOs. And if I forget, just remind me. No, it's not a scanner. Okay, so Jess asking how do I get my gap. Just give me a moment here as I copy my link. My homepage. My homepage has got all this information. So if you go to the scan section, click on my homepage link, go to the scan section. And one of the scans is called gap continuation or reverse. See, no reason for me to get out of this trade, guys. I mean, I'm a little conservative, so I did take some underneath 11. But no reason for me to get out of this trade yet. I mean, it's just, now is officially an all-time low. TWOU. And, excuse me, apron. And again, it showed up here, okay? Right there, TW, right at 9:30. I don't like taking them right at the market open, but the way this was trading, I just thought, this is the one. Just not in my DNA, Grumpy, to hold a short. Look at apron, guys. Now, this is getting cool. 628 is the 200-day moving average. That could stop it. Yeah, I don't. You've been. I don't know if you're just trolling me here, Grumpy. You know I'm not a big swing trader. You know that. So it takes a lot for me to consider anything to swing. So well, you know I'm not a big swing trader. So it's that simple. So my 10-day daily breakout scanner, it's not, well, it has to be above the 10-day high. Okay? I mean, that's one of the filters. So the question was, so if you look at my filters here, so you see there's the range, the 10-day range. It has to be at least at the high. Most of them are above. So it has to be above, at or above the 10-day high. It's not reporting a 10-day high. It's just the filter is saying, okay, we know that these stocks are above the 10-day high. Okay, and then we start from there. Okay? And these are 10-day lows. And the ones I really like are the ones not only are they 10-day lows, but they're also near the all-time low, which was TWOU. Yeah, so Sarah, what I'm going to do is I'll probably create a test drive layout. You know, it shouldn't matter. I mean, these windows are docked. The problem is this window does not copy, unfortunately. Yeah, it doesn't copy. So I couldn't give you this anyway, as in a docked window. I know I may be not make it may not make sense to what I'm saying, but I can't give you this one. For instance, this is a big dock, okay? But this window would not show up. It did just halt. Ooh, shoot! I wish I'd been following, but I wouldn't get the alert until this. This looks really interesting, guys. Again, this is not for everybody. Let me bring this one up. TWLF, is that it? TWLF. No, what is it, guys? TLWF. Somebody's gonna know. Whoa, there's the DFC. Okay, there it is, guys. And a little bit of volume coming in. DCFC. I don't know. I always have a tough time saying that one. You came in yesterday, Grumpy. Oh, it's just, well, I don't know, Double. It's just a scan I put together a while back, and it seemed to give good results, so I started working with it. So that's the reason. It's not that I like it, it's just that I put a scan together, and it seemed to give good results. That's the one I want. Thank you. TKLF, okay? TKLF. That's what I was thinking about. So this was very similar to the HTCR, low float. It might have a slightly higher IPO price range, maybe 10, but it did, you know, nonsensically, it got up to $43 the day of the IPO. I'm not saying that's going to happen with the HTCR, okay, but this is the sort of thing that can happen, and then look what happens, it just collapses. So that's why it's not one of these things where you're holding, but so let's take a look at this HTCR and where it could open. Not necessarily the day of. I mean, we had some delayed reactions in some of them, maybe the next day or the day after. What they'll try to do is put out any sort of a press release, you know, to get the interest in for a while. Well, I just watch how it's trading, Ram, okay? I don't know if it's bottomed. I have no idea if it's bottomed, okay? I'm just watching how it's trading. If all of a sudden, you know, start getting a move, say above this 1063, I'm probably out, okay? So Linda, this is part of the exercise you go through, okay? I'm going to give you the IPO calendar. Now just take a quick look at it. Okay, so here's the IPO calendar, all right? So if you click on the IPO calendar on that website, these are the upcoming IPOs. So this one could be released today, today or tomorrow also. This is on the 10th. It's supposed to be released today. So that's all I'm doing. There it is, 3 million. And at, you know, estimated volume, so it's about 5 million, a $5 IPO. So I'm putting that in my price alerts in the notes section. So that's how I know. You're not going to see it up here. Okay, so you do a little bit of work. And so for next week, you know, here they are next week. The week of the 14th. That's Monday, right? So we got a couple next week. I'll go over this in a little more detail, but I mean, here is the link. Boy, if it cracks 15, look out on the DCFC. Oh man, meanwhile, TWOU continues down. Now, to me, 10 is 10. I'd be astounded if it took out 10. Okay, big psychological number. So I'm keeping an eye on it as it inches closer towards 10, TWOU. Now, apron is getting, well, it's right at its 200-day moving average, APRN. See that green line right on the chart? It's sitting right on the 200-day moving average now. Another nice one from my 10-day daily breakdown, which I didn't take. Actually, 3 of them. I mean, really. Obviously, the TWOU was way more orderly. And this, the fact that it's close to that 200-day moving average really prevented me from taking that trade. Doesn't mean it's not going to just crash right through it, but keep an eye on that BKKT. If it takes out 8, it struggled. It got up to 810 or so. And as long as the market now, a little bit of a red bar there now, a little bit of one. Let's see what happens here. All right, guys, 10:28. Time for my the beginning of sort of break my spiel up now in several parts during the day. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. No, it's not on my, that one is not on my webpage. You want to follow my watch list up and down, you have to go to the channel. And it's something that I put together. I scan after hours, and then some of the ones from the pre-market get added to my watch list. I do it manually, yes. So it'll change. The watch list will change every day. Not necessarily a wholesale change. Some will carry forward, but... All right, let me talk a little bit about this test drive that is coming up on Monday. Yeah, good timing, Alex. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. And meanwhile, the HCCR, still not at the high. 554 did not take out that high yet. So the test drive, you click on the test drive link, this is what you'll see. So it starts on Monday and it runs to the 28th, inclusive. That is 10 trading days. One of these days in between is President's Day, so of course a market holiday in the States. So that'll give you 10 trading days. It'll cost you $11.11, and that is you'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade, okay? So if you're looking to auto trade, you won't be able to do it. Also open to our standard subscribers if you want to try us out. And just to give you an idea, I'm going to go over the AI in a bit. So there's an alert for SLGG 223. It's 231 right now, up about 4%. That is what the AI looks like. That's a typical reason why people want to see or try our premium service. Now, at approximately 20 minutes after 4 on Friday, you'll actually have access to the program. So you can actually download the program, and then you can play around with it for the balance of Friday, plus Saturday and Sunday, of course, to get yourself prepared for the test drive. Now, Chris Farley has graciously said that he will, he normally is in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 on Monday to Friday, but he's going to have an extended session. So he'll be there, I don't know till what time Friday night, but certainly he'll be there past 4:30, especially to help those of you who are in the test drive. He's also going to have a session on Saturday and I think one on Sunday. I think you'll get emails about that. Okay, so now when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so there's nothing for you to do. If you want to take out a subscription, of course, we'll have a nice promo code, but don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. All right, guys, BKKT over 8 now, and it's got some room. Yeah, this is definitely turning into my favorite day if it keeps like this. The big gap down and then the recovery. You get all sorts of bounce plays and from yesterday, Cameco, uranium play. So when you look at BKKT and you look left, looks like the next high is 875. Is that right? 875? 850 is the next high looking left. So this could be the stalling area, okay? 850 to 870 if you look at a daily chart. I'm not saying it's going to stall there, but it could. Give me one moment. And TWOU keeps keeps the momentum down. Close eye though on that $10. All right, let me take a little time now to talk about my homepage and all the information you will find on my homepage as I keep an eye on the TWOU. So on my homepage, now if you're in the main room, I have a tab here called Barry's Homepage. That link that I put in the room is available, of course, all day long. Click on the link, and this is what you'll see. Whoops. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry for Alpha is the promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Okay, we have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Annual, $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. I don't know, it works out to $4.50 or so a day and a little over $2.50 a day. I don't know. Divide that, take the 15% off and divide by 365. We also have, and a big difference, as I pointed out, is our AI, okay, which I'll go over in a bit. Monthly, you don't have to go annual, you want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228. Less than 15% for the first month only. No, we don't offer, no, truth, I already said, we don't offer trials, you know, but for $11.11, you can try us out for 10 trading days. So you'll get the 15% off that first month only. If you maintain a monthly account, then this is what you'll pay going forward, 118 and 228. At any time though, you can, if you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor that promo code of 15%, okay? So yeah, we don't offer free trials, guys, but about 3 or 4 times a year we do this test drive. So I mean, if you can afford $11.11, you'll have access to 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. Boy, oh boy, that BKKT is, I guess it took out that, what's that high again? I mean, I really have my doubts it's going to take out 10, but you never know. And that's the TWOU. You never know. This is these, not because, you know, I talked about it, okay, but this is the sort of trade you want. Why? Look at it. Look how orderly it was. You know, nice move down, no big pops, even on the 5-minute chart, even on a 2-minute chart. Okay, that's the sort of trade that you want to get into, because it doesn't whip you out of the trade. You know, it wasn't like a giant green candle that would have got me out of the trade and then instantly reversed. You know, so that is the sort of trade you want. And look what it's doing. I mean, look at the market recovering. It doesn't care. This is a classic alpha stock. Bad earnings results. I shouldn't say it like that. Bad reaction to earnings. I have no idea. I didn't even read it. All I know is an earnings play. Gap down after hours. But this is exactly, you want to print this chart out, or print out the 2-minute chart, because, you know, usually the 2-minute chart you get a little more whip, but look at it. Nothing. Boy. Well, I know Zach kept saying that GME would never see 130 again, but we'll see. I mean, look at this run for GME. Okay, give me one moment, please. Look at this run on the SPY, guys. I was saying, you get a market that gaps down like this and then starts to recover, you get some amazing, amazing plays. All right. Anyway, I put my homepage link in. So let's keep going on this. There are 3 free sections. Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. And then we have the big education section. If you're going to take the test drive, or you're new to trade ideas, first thing I would do is take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Goes over all the basic features, what is a top list, creating a top list. Wow. 10, TWOU. Anyway. Top list, alert windows, single stock windows, introduction to the cloud, etc. All of the basic features are explained here. So that's the first thing you should do, in my opinion, if you're going to take this test drive. Daily support sessions. Today's Thursday, so it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. At noon, I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Today's Thursday, so again, it should be Jamie. And also, of course, Chris is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. But Friday, as I said before, he will have an extended version of it. He'll go, I don't know what time he'll go to. But again, if you're part of the test drive, really recommend that you show up at least, say, 4:20, because that is when you'll be able to download the program and start playing with it. So the question was, what sort of access if I sign up for the test drive? Just as if you were a premium subscriber, the only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade, okay? But you'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber, but you will not be able to auto trade. Let's see, moving down here, the daily webinar. So today there is a webinar. And that'll be the last one for a couple of weeks. But you can sign up for them all here, all right? But during test drive, we don't have the webinars. And last, but certainly not least, the back to basics, guys. What is a stock? Okay, this is a free video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, You should really take a look at this. I don't hate the meme stocks. Why do I don't hate them. I'm amazed at them. I don't hate them. Somebody said I must hate the meme stocks. Why would you say that? I don't hate them. I'm pointing them out. Okay, last but not least, my scans. Okay, click here. So for instance, this 10-day daily breakdown, that's the one that gave us TWOU. Okay, but I'm also looking at this gap continuation or reverse all day long. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market: gap down, gap up, gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are the 4 I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other scans that I am sharing, so you can kind of pick and choose which ones you might like. So, a lot of information in these 2 sections. Save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Boy, $9.99, $9.99. All right, so that is my homepage. All the information is there. A lot of information is there. So, what is Trade Ideas? Again, if you're new, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock markets. Doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is, what broker you're using. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So, for instance, this one, this basic new highs don't repeat. I'll explain what I mean by the don't repeat. If I right-click on an alert window and click on summary, this shows you what I'm looking for in this particular scan. All right. Price between $1 and $20. The current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, what it normally does up to this point of the day, etc. Okay. What I'm really trying to show you is just as the concept. When you build your own scans, you always start off with a set of filters, and then you have some kind of a trigger. In this particular case, if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see these stocks. Now, with my scans, if you don't like this price range, you can change it. You can, very simple. You can always change it if you want it between 10 and 100. Or you want to change anything else. You want a higher minimum volume or a lower one, you can change. Now, you want to build your own scans? One good thing, no programming language to learn. These, when you see these icons, these are the alerts. And if I scroll down, these are the filters. Now, don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all, okay? So the first thing a lot of people say is, wow, look at all these alerts and filters. How can I possibly learn them all? You don't have to. The reason why we have so many, again, you don't have to learn a programming language, is that, thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we have created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You just pick the ones you want. Man. Whew, TWOU. Not surprising me. And I didn't read anything about it other than it's an earnings play. That's all I know. That's all I know. Okay, so to keep this going, we also share a lot of scans up here. If you click on New from our toolbar, click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, all of these are themed channels, okay? So for instance, if I look at, we're Where's that Momo channel? Momentum. So if I click on the momentum channel, this is what you're going to see. It's a layout. And I'm going to talk about the races in a little bit, but this is what you see. So for instance, if you liked, does this work now? Ah, good. If you liked it, if you like this one called, this is an alert window. It's called Momo. Most people can understand it. So these are momentum stocks. Okay, so you click on an alert. It's not so much, you know, the symbol that you're seeing, but it's the idea of, do you like this sort of a scan? So, you know, again, right click, configure, and summary. And again, this is what this one is looking for. Stocks between 1 and 50, current volume is 3, etc. Of course, you can make changes. Again, if you want to have a different price range or a different volume, you can do so. If I click on the summary, you see now it says 10 and 100. I can say OK. So at this point, what I'm really trying to describe here is how you can go through the different channels and start extracting scans that you might like to make part of your layout. You save this to the cloud. You move on to another channel. You might see another alert or top list window that you like. Save it to the cloud. However, if I leave this channel and then I come back to it, well, watch. I'll click on our earnings channel. So these are up after earnings. These are down after earnings. Look at TWOU right there. If I click on the momentum channel again, and I click on the summary, and you go, hey, wait a minute, I changed it to 10 and 100. Well, your change, once you leave the channel, the change will not be saved. The reason being is that, you know, the channels are for everybody. Not necessarily everybody wants to see the same thing that you want. In other words, the same sort of a different price range or a different volume, etc. But that's all I'm really trying to show you. Okay, here's another one, guys. 1.5 million. This just opened. This is another little IPO between 11 and 13. And this company called Benchmark is behind it. Not as wild about a little more expensive, but hey, you never know what could happen. And this also did show up on the halt. So, you know, there's two IPOs showed up on the halts. Again, it's a quirk. So again, you can go through the different channels and you can start extracting scans that we have created. What I'm really trying to just show you is that if you don't want to create, number one, if you don't want to create any scans from scratch, well, we have a lot of scans that we've created. Of course, you can create your own scans from scratch, but if you start taking those windows, those scans that you liked from our channel bar, and also maybe some of the scans that I've got, you can load them to the cloud and then you can bring them back one by one and thereby creating your own layout without actually having to create a scan in the first place. Okay? So we do try to make it very, very easy for you. Now, if you're going to be part of the test drive, you'll have access to our AI/Holly. So this is what I would do. Make it super simple. Click on the AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay, the trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. There are no alerts until at least 9:35. You can see the first one was at 9:41. Now, I know people say, well, is there a video about how to trade it? No. Everybody, you know, this is different ways to trade it, and it'll be up to you. You know, you have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You don't have to take the trade at all if it doesn't make sense to you. You have a stop. Again, how you trade it will be up to you. I mean, for me personally, every alert that I get, be it from the AI or some of the scans that I've got, I never take a trade until I, look at the chart. I just want to see what's happening. You know, I mean, is it coming into the 200-day moving average if I'm trying to go long? Is it coming into, if I look on the daily chart, is there some resistance that I see nearby? So I'm sizing all that up before I take a trade. Okay, next, this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. And I shall put the Brokerage Plus link in. Well, I don't know. Next stop 0. I'm kidding, but I mean this is a massive 45%. You know, at this point it was down a lot at 13. It's down more at 985. And the market is pulling back a little bit here. There's a red bar, right there. Whew, what a day, guys. Anyway, Brokerage Plus. I put this link in. First of all, this window, and this is this Brokerage Plus window, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available. Okay, that's the first thing. The link I put in has 2 videos. There's a short video that shows you, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within trade ideas. Okay? But please listen carefully. Some people catch the tail end of what I'm saying. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature, option. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. We scan the stock market. Okay, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It's just you won't be able to use this feature unless you have an IB or E-Trade account. And even if you have an E-Trade or IB account, you don't have to use it, but it's there. It's a feature. If you want to use it, great, it's there. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window. And also why I really have it up. I like to demonstrate, and this is very, very key. If you're new to trading, please do not trade until you have practiced, okay? We have a simulator, Paper Trader. What's happening with Mattel here? I'm going to go over the races in a bit here, but we have a simulator. All right, it doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're just starting out and you'd like to take a look at our program and practice trading for 10 days, you can do so. And even if you don't have a broker, you're still considering which broker to use. So you can practice trading here. Now here's the hard reality. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with real money. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about it. Now the other unfortunate thing though is if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money once you start trading, because once you start seeing your P&L whip up and down, it becomes very emotional. It's not as emotional in a simulator. So please practice trading. I get the question a lot, well, how long is it going to take me? I have no idea. People's, that's an impossible question to answer. Some people never get it. That's the harsh reality. Okay, let me demonstrate how you can take a trade. First, I'll talk a little bit about this, the racing here, IRNT. Let's see what's happening with it. Okay, a little bit of move here. So what this racing is all about, and what I would really suggest, I'm going to go over it in a little bit, but not as much detail as you can find here. So if you go, I'm going to put my homepage link in again. So if you click on my homepage link, wait a moment. Okay, so again, I'm not going to go over all this, but I want to take a look at the education section, okay? Click here on the education section, and then click on the user guide. And the user guide, it's a great user guide. It's broken into sections like this, you know, alert windows, top list windows, etc. But we also have right down here, the Trade Ideas Stock Race. You want to learn more about what this racing is all about, click on this. It's got some text and video, etc. Okay? And by the way, this is this table of contents fully searchable. So you're wondering, well, do we have anything on RSI? Do we have any, like, you want to know what we have, just, you know, and you're not sure where to find it, just type it into the search box, okay? So it's a great user guide. Just give me a moment as I size my window again. So what the races are all about, it takes, and again, watch the video, okay? I'm just going to go over it a little bit. It takes a top list window, any top list window that you have, and you can launch a race from it. What this is doing is, it's taking a look at the top list window, called Barry's Windows top list, okay? And so it takes the window, and then when the race starts, it starts showing you the stocks that are moving the most in that top list window. Okay, so right now, nothing fantastic. It's only 0.51%. But for instance, yesterday we saw several times where that DC, man, I can't remember again. Yeah, DCFC was racing way ahead, 4 or 5%. Okay, one of the how I'm kind of using this, you know, and it's still a work in progress. Most of the stocks that I see, for me to see them triggered in an alert window, have to be making a new high for the day. Okay, that's because that's the trigger. So I don't see a lot of stocks. You know, I'm not really aware of stocks maybe doing something like this because, you know, there's the high of the day for almost $5. But for instance, I'm seeing IRNT. Okay, it's doing something, and I can see right now, you know, it's moving. I'm not saying I take the trade right now, but I'm aware now that this one is moving. And so this can help me, because I'm not a big pullback player, this can help me start to identify stocks that have pulled back and then starting to move. Okay, that's how I can use it. And, you know, everybody will have a different way. It'll also show, of course, if this was at the high, I mean, it would show it. But you know, how you use it will be up to you. You know, this is, and it's looking at the change from the close. But if you watch the video, you know, you can make it the change from the open or different columns. You know, it could be a new 5-minute change from the like 5-minute highs, change in the 5-minute, the 10-minute. But if you watch that video in the education section, it's a good rundown about, or synopsis of what the windows are all about, and we also the races are all about, and we also have created some races here. You know, for instance, S&P. You want to take a look at what the S&P is doing. Now, one of the things we're going to, now this is not that big a deal. It's a 10-minute race. My races are 2 minutes. Okay, so it takes 20 seconds. It's sort of like, gentlemen, you know, get ready, get your engines ready, and then the race takes off after 30 seconds. We're going to be reducing this to about 5 seconds. I can't tell you when that's going to happen, but that's the plan. But a 10-minute race, it doesn't matter. But a 2-minute race, yeah, you don't want to wait 30 seconds. So, and this is what's moving up and what's moving down. So it's a sort of a snapshot of what's happening in the SPY, the ones moving up and the ones moving down. Again, how you use this, I don't know. I mean, I probably won't use this, but some might are really into the S&P 500, and they want to see, well, what's really moving now, and then S&P 500. Well, you can also you notice when I load something from the dock channel bar, see my layout still remains. So you could tuck this away somewhere if you really wanted to keep an eye on this. Well, it's funny you say that. I was really complaining yesterday, but I don't know if it's this new development build, but I'm now able to adjust these column sizes the way, because what was happening is I couldn't see the time, because it was, I could see the time here at 9:50. I don't need to see the seconds, but it appears, maybe it's because I had to reboot my computer, or on a reboot. But I also did this, and this might be the trick, though it didn't seem to work earlier. But if you click on Tools, Options, and then I think it is in Layouts. No, where is it? In General? Auto size, yes, okay. In the layouts, maybe uncheck that auto size columns and then save it. It seems that now this is working the way I want it to. Yeah, that's working now. And I'm in a development version, but that is now the way it used to be. Yay! It was driving me crazy, just like everybody else. Believe me, I hated it. The fact you couldn't size the columns. So try, first of all, I don't know if it's available on your version. Okay, this will have to be ready for the test drive though. But just uncheck that. But you see what I'm able to do in this development version. So it may be just the version that you're on, but at this point, I'm happy. I can take that price and move it all the way over. I mean, that's the way it used to be. Okay? I mean, there are a couple of things that have happened with our charts also. I mean, we always had, I will call it before, maybe a couple of months ago, our charts were pretty fast to load. I mean, that's fast. I mean, you don't need anything faster than that. Okay, click on the symbol, and then all of a sudden, they really started getting a delay, maybe a couple of seconds. And, I was living with it, not liking it. Because when I look at it, I mean, when I click on a chart, I mean, I'm not necessarily having to see it immediately. I'm sort of looking left and right, and then I see the chart. But now, since this .NET update in our, and that's what's changed everything for us. The charts are now lightning, and yes, ultimately we are going to only have a 1 second delay. When I say that, our charts update every 8 seconds right now. I know that sounds terrible. It has not affected me at all since we introduced charts. But we are going to get it down to about a second, which will be, you won't even notice then. It's like a true tick by tick chart. Yeah, but Hendricks, it may not work with the development version you're on, or the version you're on. But try it. But right now, this is perfect. Right now, it's perfect. Let me just talk to our developers here. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:08. Chris, are you listening? I don't see the message. I don't see the message. So many we have. I'm talking to our internally, guys. I don't see the message. If you can listen to me, if you can hear me. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to find out where my message is. Yeah, I see it's maybe trying to get back up to 10. Now look at Skechers is not an earnings play either. Skechers is not an earnings play. February 3rd had earnings, so it's over here, and it's been running since. And now yesterday, sort of sat on that 200-day moving average, and now moving on top of it. So AI is not having a bad day, guys. I mean, there's the IRNT, so that's up 5.3%. BEKE 2.5, 2.25. Not having too bad a day. Again, I use it like a watch list. When I can pay attention to it. If I typically like the ones under 20. That's just a personal preference, though. MFGP, that was pretty active. I saw this one several times. Give me a moment, guys. All right, so much for that 10 test for TWOU. This is still... So, William, I sent you a private message. I don't know if you saw it. Uber halted? Because of news. Okay, this is a news halt for Uber. So, William, I sent you a message. I don't know if you saw it. Okay, yeah, please do. Yeah. I understand what's going on, but yeah, please do. Okay? Yeah, what could be the news? Uber and Lyft are merging. I'm just kidding. But what could be the news? Yeah, what could Uber be saying? All right, guys, let's take a trade here. Let's take a trade. Yeah, David, yes, that halted banner is in a new development version, yes. Not available yet. Okay, guys, sorry, there's internal discussion taking place, so I just kind of am answering. So what is Lyft doing? Boy, this is an interesting news halt. Let's see if there's anything, I can see anything. I don't see any news yet for it. The reason for the halt? Yeah, Uber to buy Peloton. We need healthy users of Uber. So wouldn't that be? I mean, I know you're just kidding. Okay, here's another one that just showed up here. Vera, Vera. The reason I don't like it as much is that the pre-market lows were around 1620, so it's at 1673 now. I mean, that's far enough away if I got down there, but it's not as enticing as, say, the TWOU was. Well, now things have settled down quite a bit. I'm not getting too many new alerts. That was about as frantic a first hour and a half as we've seen, just because of that run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that was an hour and 15 minutes up. So when I say, the market, it doesn't have to keep going up all day, but you give me an hour and we can usually find some great bounce plays. See, this is the problem with a BKKT. Let's take a look at BITO. Yeah, and actually, it's not really dropping that much. I thought crypto was really maybe tanking. You know, it. I mean, there's a wonderful when you get in when the market was doing this. Well, actually, it's following the market, but crypto is not exactly following the market. BITO. I'm just looking at. It's not like this is really. And there was a red bar there, but it's sort of basing a bit. I mean, the trades you want are these ones. Not just because this worked, but because it's not following the market. You don't want to, for me, I just really don't like getting into trades that really track the market closely because, the market can turn on a whim and then your trade can be destroyed just because it's following the market. This one, of course, is not following the market. Wonder if Uber, it's funny, offered Rogan 100 million to exclusively pump you, TWOU. Well, guys, what one do you think I'm going to have to talk about? Well, look at Sava. Sava on a short hit from the AI. Sava, there's the alert at 57.85, 53.55. Okay, guys, I am just in relax mode now. 11:23, about half an hour. I'll be taking my break. I'm just, going to continue to watch the TWOU. But lift is moving. Yeah, lift is moving. Oh yeah, the columns have been fixed, guys. I'm now able to just like the old days. Boy, Lyft, guys. I mean, this is with Uber being halted, Lyft is just running here. Well, guys, listen. I'm just biding my time here. I mean, there's nothing really more for me to do. Just to keep watching this one. Look at the 5-minute chart. Look at the 2-minute chart. A little bit of a lift here, but not much. You know, it looked like, well, maybe you're going to go back over 10 and just got rejected. Uber is a news halt, yeah. You can see right there, it's halted because of news. Okay? At 11:13. See, it's the little things, being able to adjust the column widths now. Now listen, at some point, TWOU could turn into a tremendous bounce. I mean, at some point. The thing is, it's not yet. I mean, it is still every little wee green bar is being met by another red bar. So yeah, I mean, I was sort of kidding, but that I was saying maybe maybe one of them is going to buy the other. But it would seem like Uber would be the one. But, I mean, that's just straight conjecture, right? I mean, we don't know. Meanwhile, Cameco, CCJ continued. Look at that. I mean, there's another great move. These are the ones you love. I mean, just can't emphasize more, guys. These are the sort of chart patterns that you want because there's not a lot of whip in the trade. One of the problems with taking trades sometimes is that you get into something, the setup looks awesome, then all of a sudden you get some kind of a giant red bar that knocks you out, and then it comes right back up. But it knocks you out because you had to stop. All right, let's just want to show you how you can take a trade in the simulator. Here's one that is lifting right now, CFVI, and it's not quite following DWAC, or it's kind of on its own a little bit. CFVI. I'm gonna get down to 1331. So I just want to show you how you do it. Okay, this is just the mechanics of how you do it. Say I wanted to buy this one right now. Okay, so I click the buy button. First of all, when you click on a symbol, the symbol is going to show up here. I'll click the buy button. I'll pick how many shares I want. This is a menu. So I'll click a couple hundred shares. I'm going to go in at the market because the bid ask is not bad. So I'm going to send it. And it's that simple. I said it's that simple. There we go. So took the trade at 1480. And now at this point, of course, we always talk about placing stops. So I will just manually, I'll just put a stop here just to show you how you do it. Let's put a stop at the low of that candle, or the low of that, yeah, the low of that candle. I mean, I could get stopped out right off the bat, but I just want to show you how you do this. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So you notice that there's the stop line, okay? 1460 and with a minus $39, okay? Why did that happen? Because I took 200 shares and the stop was 20 cents away. So if I multiply 200 by 20 cents, you get approximately $40. So that's why that says minus. So, I haven't gone over this in any great detail, probably next week, because we'll probably have a lot of new traders next week trying out the system and just talking about stops and all that, why it's very important when you get into a trade. You have to have a place, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade, because some of them just not going to work. Even if it's the greatest setup in the world that you think, sometimes they just don't work. I always talk about having a checklist, some kind of a checklist that if you cannot check every box, don't take the trade. Okay, you should always be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You don't take a trade because, well, I think this is going to work. You've got to, in my opinion anyway, you've got to have some kind of a checklist that if you cannot check every box, don't take the trade. Be selective. Now, even though every box could be checked and the setup looks fantastic, there's even news, everything looks, so rosy, it still may not work. So that's where the stop comes in, to prevent you from just blowing up your account by like hoping and praying that something is going to work for you. So you have a stop, you get stopped out of the trade and you move on, okay? And how much you're going to risk per trade is very important. I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense. You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So typically in the simulator, I risk, in this case I didn't, but I typically risk $100 a trade in the simulator, just to show you how it all works. And if you get stopped out, you get stopped out, okay? You just move on. Now, for all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, maybe it comes back again. Maybe it presents exactly the same case, and maybe this time it'll work. You can always get back into a trade. Maybe it was just a little bit early. And I'm going to leave that in. Looks like I'm going to get stopped out. I just want to show you how that works. Now, the other thing, how I trade, I always have a stop. Every time, I always have a stop. Now, if I were in this trade right now, for real, okay, I'd be looking at this going, you know what, I don't like the way it's trading. I don't like what the market's doing. I don't like the way it's trading. I could always get out before my stop, okay? My stop is the most I want to lose on a trade, but I always reserve the right to get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. So if you ask me, well, how do I determine if I don't like the way it's trading? For me, it's a bit of, well, I can look at the market right now. Why would I want to be long something unless there's some great news about it right now with the market doing this? Okay, so right now I can go to the flatten, and actually it took me out. Okay, I flattened, I just highlighted and I flattened. And that gets you out of a trade. These are hotkeys. Half gets you out of half a trade, half your position, or you could double your position. All right, guys, SLGG, a couple of things. So that is also from the AI. So look at the Sava, guys. Look at the Sava, 10% on that short from the AI. Awesome. Okay, that's you just had to keep watching, and I think that was fairly orderly too. Yeah, look at this. There was the alert. There's our down arrow, and look what it did afterwards. No wild green candles to knock you out of the trade. So I'll be talking about CLSK in the pre-market, and yeah, and it's an earnings play. I didn't realize it was actually an earnings play. Released after hours. Let me back this out to see what it... So yeah, released after hours. Pretty good move. Held that move, kind of. It started to fade a bit with the market. But once the market opened, yeah, nice, definitely a nice move. CLSK. Hey, it's possible. It's possible, Rich. Nothing's telling us that's going to happen yet. I haven't looked at any of the topping plays from Zach. Haven't had time to. ADGI, I see why you're looking at it as a potential bounce play, I guess. So again, this is why we always say man and machine with the AI. So there was the alert, okay? So the machine, the AI, is giving you the alert, making you aware that this is a potential short. That's where the machine comes in. You, as the person managing the trade, now manages the trade. Now, you see, first of all, I look at these targets and all. To me, they're just artificial. Okay, it's the way the strategy has been optimized and all. But why would you get out of that trade? You know, because the AI said that 54.10 was the target. I mean, there was no reason to get out of that trade. Okay, so that's why I'm saying just because the AI says something, you know, in terms of what I consider kind of an artificial target, you know, you should be in this trade still. I mean, there's look at this 2-minute chart, guys. I mean, there's no giant green candles knocking you out of the trade. That is where trading experience is going to come in. Meanwhile, CLSK just tacked on about 20 cents since I've been talking about it. Now, take a look at the daily chart, and what do we see? Wow, 1094 is the next, is that right? No, 1044. So it's coming into some highs in this area, 1044. Yeah, 1044 looks like the next high looking left. So it's getting close to that high, 1044. I mean, that could stall it. Okay, Morgan Stanley. So that is the news. Morgan Stanley, I guess over 5%. Thank you, Eagle Guy. I don't see that news yet on my IB headline. I doubt if it's here. No, this can't be the news. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing forecast adjusted earnings of 5 billion, but that must have been. Yeah, I mean that news must already be out there. From Twitter? Okay. I guess Morgan Stanley, I thought it was 10% that they had to disclose. Maybe it's 5%. Not Morgan Stanley specifically, but just in general. I thought it was 5% or 10%. Well, here's another one, guys. Another earnings play. Sort of been following this one a little bit. This UDMY, Udemy. Where are they out of? Now, let me demonstrate something here. This is one of the worst things that can happen if you get into a trade, okay? And then you don't obey your stop. Remember, I had a stop down here around 1460, right? And it took me out, and now it's bounced back. So this of course that can happen. Now, if I were truly in this trade, maybe I look at it again and say, okay, maybe I want to take the trade. Market is flattened out a little bit, okay? But one of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop, and then and instead of down $100, now you're down $200, $300, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you pat yourself on the back for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can happen, but I'm just telling you, out of a lot of experience, not obeying your stop can lead to not lasting in this sort of business very long. But of course it can happen. It can turn right around. All right, I just want to confirm it is Jamie in our YouTube room today. I think it is, but I just want to confirm. And the answer is yep. So it'll be Jamie taking over our YouTube feed between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. Now look at Lyft. Surging higher. I don't know if that news is correct about Morgan Stanley. Well, TWOU just seems to be resting here. No reason to get out of the trade, for me anyway. I did take some, a 1095. Keep an eye on the BKKT now, guys. BKKT. Sort of basing here at 8. And man, this just made another new low. There is absolutely no interest in anybody playing a bounce play in this one yet. Disappointing guidance. So let's see now. Posted fourth quarter results. So this is classic. If you just read a headline about their earnings and all that, it would have probably looked not bad. Okay? This is all about guidance. All about guidance. The fourth quarter results topped Wall Street's expectations, but disappointing guidance. What are you going to do for me in the future? All about guidance, guys. All right, my headset's just about ready to die, so just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you can auto trade with paper money. Yes, Sammy. So you want to try out the AI, and even during the. Nah, you know what? I better confirm that. I want to see if there's any auto trading at all available. But yes, I mean, if you have our service right now, yes, you can auto trade the AI or one of your own strategies in the simulator. All right, so in the test drive, you will be able to auto trade your own strategies or the AI in simulation mode. Okay, just got the word. Well, you've got to turn them on, Sammy. You've got to turn them on. So AI, if I turn them all, you've got to turn them all on. All right. Then you have to enable or enable the ones you want. Listen, you know my stance on all this. I don't agree with auto trading at all. But I mean, if you're bound and determined, you want to see, how that would work, then you turn all the strategies on and then you let it go. Okay? See how it says enable 12 selected strategies? You highlight. Yeah, well, go ahead. Then that's what you do. You just enable them. Right click, enable. So you've got to go to your Holly tab. You'll see them here. These are the ones that made the cut. And you can either pick and choose the ones you want. You just want to go long, fine. You want to go short, fine. You want them all, just highlight them all. And then right click and enable. And now you can run it in the simulator. Okay? But you have to have the Holly tab, of course. Wow, Lyft is getting pummeled here. Lyft is getting pummeled here on that. Well, we don't have the official news for. Uber did resume, but Uber's getting pummeled too. Both Lyft and Uber, guys. Wow, Lyft and Uber just getting nailed here. Okay, PV Trade, how do you configure a bearish pin bar as an alert? I'm not sure. I don't have that. If we don't have it, then we don't have it. But what I suggest you do, go to our homepage. There are other traders there. Maybe they've been able to construct something, okay, that might make sense to you. I don't have anything like that. But if you go to our homepage, start a live discussion, or if you want to wait for about 3 or 4 minutes, Jamie will be in our YouTube room, and he may have something. Okay? Okay, if we don't have it, we don't have it, but maybe there's a way around it. I just don't know of it, okay? But if you can hang on for about 4 minutes, I'm on my break, and then I'll put the YouTube link in. You can head over there when Jamie gets there. And it's possible he has something that might help. No guarantee, of course, but Boy, oh boy, Uber and Lyft just slammed. Now notice here I got in the distance from the exit price. These are the columns that I like to have. Today's profit, max profit, and distance from the exit price. So at this point, the weekly pick, you mean the trade of the week? It comes out Monday morning before the market opens, C. Torino. It's not mine. You're talking about the trade ideas? Yeah, Monday morning before the market opens. So what this is telling me is when I exit it, it's 30 cents above, which is not what you'd want to see, obviously. Okay, when you exit a trade, you'd love to see it below. Now here's another earnings play, guys. Too simple. TSP, another earnings play. This was I guess an IPO back here, and did okay for a couple of months, and then just fell on hard times. Man, imagine $70 down to 17. I don't know when it comes out. I would say an hour before, at least an hour before the market opens Monday morning, C. Torino. Okay, that's when it comes out. You just have to check your email. I mean, I don't know if there's a hard and fast time, but when I check it, it's usually about an hour before the market opens. All right, guys, let me get my announcement in here that I'll be taking my break. Well, it's not in the live chat, no, but you don't have to be a subscriber, C. Torino. You can just subscribe to the Trade of the Week if you want, okay? You don't actually have to be a subscriber. It's a free Trade of the Week. Okay? So you can click on that and then subscribe to it. Oh, hi, Jamie. I see you there. All right, have a fun hour. What a morning it's been. What a morning. So I'll just stop my streaming right now. So you can click on that and then subscribe to it. Oh, hi, Jamie. I see you there. All right, have a fun hour. What a morning it's been. What a morning. So I'll just stop my streaming right now. So you can click on that and then subscribe to it. Oh, hi, Jamie. I click on that and then subscribe to it. Oh, hi, Jamie. I see you there. All right, have a fun. Hi, Jamie. I click on. Hi, Jamie. I see you there. All right.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Hopefully everybody can see my desktop. But if someone would be so kind as to use the chat panel and say, yes, hi, I can see and hear you, be much appreciated. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is there anybody out there? Okay, I'm just going to assume that we're good to go. Alrighty then. So, welcome to the live support session. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his break. So if you have any questions about TI in general, just go ahead and use the questions panel to get them out there. Well, I'm waiting for somebody to say hi or put a question out there. Take a quick glance here at the SPY. And you can see this pre-market action here all the way back up, trying to find its footing, but looks like we're going to be pretty range bound and choppy into the close. We can see the volume levels here on the SPY on the smaller time frames are pretty anemic. Hey TRD, hi. Hello, hello. Hello to you all. Holly having a decent day today. Picked a nice short here in this Sava, and what a beautiful little entry here. Right up here at 57.85, and just does what a good trade we all hope it does. Target is hit. That's pretty much the lion's share of what we see the AI up right now. Hey Torino, how are you? Okay, all right, thank you Karthik. Okay, so as most of you know already, we've been pumping out some new versions rather quickly here, and we've put a lot of polishing on our real-time stock racing, which you can access by right-clicking into a top list here and just hitting that launch real-time stock race. All of us trader guys have been really just running all kinds of races as of late to kind of see what might be some of the best configurations. And of course, a lot of the times the very simple ones are the best. So I'm going to give you guys a little peek at one that I ran this morning. So you can see right here, winners since the open. And what I did is I launched this race right at the open. Okay, as soon as the clock hit 8:30 my time, boom, hit the button. Of course, these are going to wait 30 seconds before they begin. But check out who won the race. I got this information 10 minutes into the market. You can see down here, I ran a 10-minute race. At the end of that 10 minutes, CLSK was up the most from the open. Change from open. Not change from close. We don't care about the gap there. But change from open. And what did CLSK do after that first 10 minutes? Well, we can see right here, here's the opening candle, 5:10. So would have been brought to our attention right about here at the close of that second bar. Took a little dip down to the 5 here, or excuse me, the 10 on the 5, and then boom, just a rocket race up there. Not really a rocket race, just a nice slow and steady increase with a few pullbacks, but up 21% thus far. Volume is really nice on the relative side. Starting to get a little, well, actually we're still 7 times normal on the 5-minute time frame there. And of course, all we had to do is look over here to see what key areas we might bump our head into, and we can just see right here, it just plowed right through. So you might be asking yourself, okay, well, where did this race come from? Did you make it? And the answer is no, because it's easily accessible to anybody. Easiest way to show you guys how to get there is just come over here and say new, dock channel bar, and we just click on the stock racing channel. And this race here is the one that you see up top. Winners since the open. Here it is right here. Winners since the open. So this is the one that identified CLSK. And it might not be a bad habit, to watch these races each and every morning along with some of the ones that you configure as well. So this is the way I do it. I just pop it up in a fresh container, let the race get over with, and then take it from there. Then you can easily, kill the window or let the races rerun. A couple of things to point out here. The way that they're configured from the beginning, if we go to show race setup, by default, auto rerun is going to be checked, okay? In which case it'll show the winners over here. But if you just want to sit there and see all the cars and maybe scroll through all the symbols, because, a lot of the times it won't be the winner. Maybe it'll be second or third place that is presenting the interesting chart pattern or whatever. So, you can always uncheck that box to auto rerun, or you can let it keep on going. So that's the easy way to get to that race. And then keep in mind, once you get over here, if you want to make this race your own and pop it out, we can always do that. Duplicate it and do a free floating window. Then you've got the race, and you can find a place for it perhaps in your default layout. So CLSK, a really nice race winner and a really nice performer after the 10-minute period. And feel free to experiment. First 5 minutes, first 10 minutes, first 15 minutes, maybe even the first 30 minutes. Notice also that CLSK is popping up right here on my biggest winner or change from the open on a simple top list here. These two top lists right here, I like to form end of day scans using these top lists and then point them to these two alert windows right here for finding setups very similar to what we see here in the CFVI. Now keep in mind, what we're looking at right here in this shaded area is pre-market activity. So we can see CFVI was very active in the pre-market, and check out the range that was broken. The pre-market range was broken in this first candle on the open, chopped around for about the first 15 minutes there, but playing that pre-market range break was a very profitable move today. And this is just one of many that this ticker has produced today. And the theory behind this simple concept is just taking things that were very much in play the prior day, because chances are that if something's in motion to that extent, it's not just going to roll over and be still on the following day. I think today, based on yesterday's activity here in my list, 70 stocks. You can see right here, big movers from yesterday. I took 35 from the biggest down from the open and 35 from the biggest up change from the open. And that is what comprised my list for today's activity, which is what these two tickers are looking at. PDR stands for previous day rippers. That's what my list is called as well. And if we right click in here, you'll see that we're pointed to just that list. So each and every day since I've started using this technique, it's pointing out many stocks that are active in the pre-market. You know, not the best example here, but the pattern remains the same. Pretty thin in the pre-market, but once that level was breached, same song, same dance here. And the cool thing about these is our risk is easily definable just from the low of the pre-market if we're going long. We make that trade on the open, we can see our risk easily definable down here. And a lot of the times these things will get up and go. Kind of a thin stock, but nonetheless doing 6.5 on the relative scale and still doing 10 times normal on the 5-minute level. All right, what kind of crowd we got in here today? You guys are awful quiet. That's okay. Yeah, we got a nice crowd in here. So once again, if anybody has a question, just go ahead and pop it into the questions panel there. So let's take a look at some more of these that we're cruising through here. That's Pulse, CFVI, we saw that one. GDS, obviously nowhere near that pre-market range until later in the day, but it looks like it's trying to fight to stay above it. Still an interesting level to pay attention to here. Stock's not so bad. Like to see a little bit more of a consolidation in the pre-market. This little guy has been all over the place as of late as it tries to bounce off of that lower shelf on the daily. A little feverish action here on the open, but once again we're seeing the same type of action. SLDP, not bad, not bad. A little bit of an energy expenditure before we got up there, but you know, bottom line is when that upper range is violated, still goes. Okay, what about the downside? Any good downside setups today? LabD, one of the usual suspects. Kind of a wacky pre-market range for LabD, but nonetheless, once it did get some selling, and of course this is an ETF, once we did get down to this level here, still a lot of energy expenditure to get down there, a little chop around, but a move lower nonetheless. A lot of ETFs will come through this one on a day like today. Just seems to be all LabD today. CDW, no real pre-market range there to even identify. Argo, this is one I was in yesterday, but not really anything conducive there. Needless to say, I wasn't really focused on the downside today because we had big counts in the compare count window after the first 15 minutes. Me and some of the boys were chatting about the action of the SPY, maybe closing close to highs based on those counts. Sometimes they're good for an initial move. Sometimes it's kind of whispering to us what might happen at the end of the day. So it's going to be interesting to see if we maintain these levels and maybe come up here and tap at this high before the day is out. Hey Circle, how are you? But things are definitely a bit quiet right now. Now of course these windows, some of my favorite scalping windows, anything doing 3 times normal 1 minute volume, or excuse me, relative volume, hitting highs and hitting lows is what we're seeing here. I heard Barry talking about Lyft right before I took the mic here. Of course Uber and Lyft are always going to go hand in hand. One always starts the party and then the other follows. But don't really know what caused the hubbub in Lyft. Okay. Looks like a little downgrade action perhaps. Sometimes that means something, sometimes it does not. How do you filter out spikes? Yeah, hold on one second. Let me back up to Mitchell there. Can you send a link for the PDR? Absolutely, Mitchell. A couple of things to point out here about what you're going to need if you want to watch the PDR alert windows. You have to also have these guys to feed the list that you'll create and point these windows to. Okay, so real quick here about the process I go through. It's very simple. You know, you can wait until the last 15 minutes or the last 5 minutes of the market, and simply what I like to do is extend these up a little bit to about there. And say 5 minutes before the market, you'll just swipe all these symbols like so, highlight them all, then you'll hit Control C to copy those guys. And then once you come over to the list that you've created here, I'll just create a new list just to show you the steps. Obviously, previous day's rippers is the list that I use, but just wanted to get an empty list in here. So then once you Control C these guys, you'll hit Edit List, pop in here, hit Control V. That's the easiest way to do it. Paste them all in. Then you'd want to come grab all the ones from the upside in the same fashion. Give it the old Control C. Come back down here to the bottom of the list. Hit Control V. Now you've got your list, right? So I just pasted and copied 68 symbols. 34 from each of these, and then you're good to go. And then you'll have to point these windows to your custom list. So first, let me give you these. So this is negative change from open. There's that guy. Positive change from open. And then these windows. And keep in mind, if we just pop into configure, these are going to be real simple since we're looking at a custom list of, only 30 to 40 symbols per alert window, or a total of 80 just looking at the highs and lows. All I've got checked off new high and pre-market highs. And the same with the lows. Just regular lows and pre-market lows. That way, if these things are moving around pre-market, you can pull them up, see what that pre-market range is looking like, because a lot of them are going to be really quality and just level as all get out. So those will be ones to really watch once the open hits. So let me drop these cloud links as well. And PDR low. And Mitchell, if you need me, if you have any questions about pointing your list to that window, let me know and I can go over that protocol with you as well. Eagle, can you check FLNC? Sure. Okay, so let's just zoom out here a little bit. I think that's all the time, but let's see. Yep, okay. Looking at it on the weekly, obviously this thing IPO'd not too long ago and has been hammered pretty good. What do we open at on that first day? 33.50, and now we're down here at 16.34. Now, since it just hit an all-time low today, I believe, or this week, let's go back to daily. Yeah, and that all-time low was just put in today. Earnings were just yesterday. Got these nice new little widgets on our charts for showing us the earnings. So, and that's all these are all the days that have traded as well. So, not uncommon to see a bounce off of all-time lows like this. Once we get down into the hole like this, quickly snap back up. We've got this little shelf building right here, which is currently acting as support. So FLNC might, this might be a bottom. The cool thing about where we are right now, if this is roughly about 13 bucks down here, if we were going to try to swing trade this guy, our risk is clearly definable, right? Just marking it off at the bottom of the wick there. Of course, you might want to go half of that risk or whatever, assuming and hoping that if we're going to take a long trade here, we're not going to pop a new all-time low again. If we do, that's going to be our out. But what we might do is form a little base down here. Now, when we have limited days like this, of course, I know we're probably going to be way up here. Look how fanned out these moving averages are, the 10, the 20, and the 50. I mean, this looks like the opposite of a very strong stock. This stock obviously is very weak. That 10 period just keeping it tapped down every time it tries to pop up, like yesterday. Got hammered right back down. But I can tell you already, the VWAP is going to be somewhere up here if I anchor it. But let's just see. If we anchor this to the first day of trading, yep, we're way up here, the purple line. Even if we anchor to the second day, you're going to see pretty similar area. Yep, right on top of that one. So, If it can maintain a base down here, then it might eventually change directions, but we'd probably need to see several more days or a close above this 10 period in order to get the upside momentum kicking. So Eagle, I hope that shed a little bit of light on what I think FLNC is up to currently. All right, back to you, Circle. How can we filter out SPACs? And I want to say we had an alert window along. I want to say we talked about that in the past. I can't quite remember thus far. Now, let's see something real quick. Let's just pull up DWAC. No earnings date, because my mind is going to earnings. And I'm pretty sure we'll see a blank in there. Yep, EPS. Okay, CFVI is another one. Well, what's coming to mind, perfect, is the earnings filter little workaround cheat, right? So you did want to weed them out, not find them, right? Just back channeling some of the guys here, perfect. Well, thank you, Jedi. A little early, but yes, happy Valentine's Day to you as well. Okay, CFVI. I tell you what, don't we have? Yeah, let me just let's do a little exploring here. You know, the SPACs were all hot and heavy, then they kind of died down. Okay, so let's just cycle through these SPACs. Do we have an EPS here? 0. 0. 0. I'm not seeing any earnings. Well, yeah, we do have one. Rock. That's not a SPAC, I don't think. Nope. So that one's on the SPAC list, but is not a SPAC. WeWork is not a SPAC. So let's see if this guy's looking at a custom list or... More than likely, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little flummoxed on that. I think, I mean, if that's the case, then the earnings hack would work. Acquisition company, no earnings. So that's what the boys are saying too. SPACs don't have earnings, or most of them do not. So that's the closest thing that I can think of, Circle, as far as, trying to auto weed them out. And just for those of you who might be going, what in the world is he talking about? Well, we can weed out ETFs and iShares by simply adding the earnings filter and saying, the company either has to make or lose money. And typically just the setting of, a penny here must make or lose at least a penny per share. And since ETFs and iShares do not report earnings, then that will weed them out. And any SPAC that has a blank and EPS, it should do the same. All right, Deb, how are you? Can you talk about setting up stock car races? Is the sort, by the way, that these symbols are selected, and is the based on how the stocks make progress in the race? Yeah. And see, once again, cruising over to the channel bar, and, because I had to remind myself a few times, as we were playing around with it. Oops. Didn't really want that guy. So once again, let's pop back over here. I'm just going to pop this window out real quick. Okay, I'm just going to stop the race. But notice winner since the open here. If we show the race setup, look at how this one is set up, okay? It's going to be based on change from the open, but sort on the delta value, right? So let's just do a little 1 minute race here, just to get something up here to look at. All right, and we'll just, we'll show 10, 1 minute race, based on what filter, change from the open, and then sort by the value. So we'll let that guy run real quick here. Hey, what's up, Mike? Oh, no worries, Circle. I mean, that's what I thought, but I've got so much info jumbled up here. I had to revisit, had to access those memory banks. Okay, so judging by change from open, and then the delta value, just simply the value of the filter, and how much it has moved in cents. Okay. Now, what I was saying earlier, especially when you're watching these things on the open, notice if you wanted to see second and third and fourth, fifth place, boom, it already reset itself. So I've gotten into the habit when I'm doing my opening 5, 10, and 15 minute races, just uncheck auto rerun. That way you'll see when this little 1 minute race finishes, all the cars will still be there. Yeah, it was hot and heavy off the open, and then it's just kind of, market's taking a little breather. No big surprise there. And Chandru, the name of the channel where I pulled this race window out of is just right over here. Accessed it from the channel bar, but a docked one. Real-time stock race right here. So I'll just, if I don't want to get rid of my default layout and I still want to see that guy, if we go to new on the TI toolbar and just come right up here and spawn a docked channel bar, then we get this container. We don't have to get rid of our layout, and then we can just come down here and click on any of the channels. But I just clicked on the stock racing window or the channel, and this is the window that we're currently looking at. I just popped it out into a free floating version. Okay, now notice what it's doing here. Every time a winner is done, it's going to stack up the winners here. But since we didn't auto restart, we can go, okay, well, Relly won the race, which isn't doing any relative volume, no pun intended. But hey, what about second place? What about third place? Because sometimes second and third might show you something very interesting on the chart. What we were talking about earlier, look at this AGTC, such a beautiful, break. Plenty of time from that pre-range area, or that pre-market range right there. Plenty of time to get a piece of that guy with pretty low risk for a nice little move there. Small dollar stock, but a percentage value pretty dang good. All right, good. Got some questions piling in here. Okay, Jacques, can you show again the process of selecting tickers from the table to send them to the previous day's Rippers list? Sure. I'll go over that one more time. Okay, so once again, this is just a simple top list. You can see currently, these are in real time. All right. So what is the list doing? It's just showing me the stocks that are up the most on the day, not from prior close, right? But from the open, right? So we can see CLSK opened here and it's up nicely. We're not looking at a huge gap or anything. We're looking at actual action from today. On the other side of the coin, TWOU, so pretty. Look at that. Look at that pre-market range, right? As soon as we open up, boom, we crack it and just cruise on down. So TWOU, probably going to be in play tomorrow. That's the whole theory here. So real quick here, I'm just going to pull up P-Ton and then we're going to come back to this. So Peloton has been kind of crazy as of late. One of the COVID stocks where the luster is starting to dull, right? But of course, capitulated with earnings, took a little pop out from the abyss. Looks very similar to Robinhood, right? A lot of these companies that have been getting hammered here lately, earnings come out and they're taking a little pop here. So, look at where we are in the past. We had the big earnings day and then the past 2 days. Looks like we're trying to form a little shelf up here. So if I move that guy up here, look at this area right here that's currently acting as, well, kind of both like support and resistance. So this is going to be the, these levels back here, this is where I definitely have my eyes on, if we get a close above, say, 40, 39 and change right here, then, this level could be in play up to 46, just based on these levels back here. But right now, until we get that close, then anything in this area is going to be fair game as well. Right? We could bounce around in this area for a good while. So anything in here is fair play for now, but it's looking pretty strong. We'll just have to see how it closes and what happens on the morrow. Okay, so getting back to showing you this little methodology, Jacques. Okay, so once again, you can do this about anywhere between 15, 25 minutes before the close, whatever your personal preference is, because most of the time these values aren't going to change that much in the last 15 minutes. But here we clearly have a list of 30 some odd stocks. Biggest one's up 21%. Even down here we're up 11. Not such a big swing on the downside, but nonetheless, I like to have even amount of symbols for the the ones that are down versus ones that are up for the most on the day. So let's pretend it's the last 5 minutes of the day. To capture all the symbols over here, I would simply highlight all of these symbols. Once I do that, we just give the keyboard the old Control-C to copy them, and then we would come and populate the list that we pointed these two windows to, right? So we would just find the list. Here's my little sample list, but let's say this was the list. Let's say we still had yesterday's symbols in there. I could easily right click, hit select all, hit backspace to get rid of those symbols. And then to paste this new list in, I would just hit Control V, right? I would click OK, and then I would repeat for this upside, Control C, come back over here to my list, hit Edit, scroll to the bottom. Always like to get on the last symbol, hit the carriage return just to make sure I'm in the right spot. Then hit Control V. Well, don't know what happened there. I guess I didn't. Okay. So if that happens, we have to click out of the list. Try this again. Control C. All right, this should do it. Control V, then we pasted the other side in, and now we can see our total. Now, once you create that list, and you come in here and you want to point your window to a list, we go to Symbol List. We can see here I'm already pointed to my list of previous day's rippers. But just keep in mind, when you create a brand new list, at first it's not going to show up over here. So when you first create a new list, you have to click Add Existing List. And somewhere down here, you'll see the list that you created. Once you click on it, it'll turn blue, and it will show up over here. Then you don't have to do that anymore. It'll always be over here. But the first time you create a new list, find it over here, click on it, then it'll show up. For example, New Gap City wasn't showing up, but I clicked on it, and now you can see New Gap City is checkable over here. And of course, it's showing that that's my personal list. So Jacques, let me know if that does it for you, or if I need to go over any of the details again. I'd be happy to do so. All right, Deb, and back to your question. Earnings plays that gapped up and then fizzled. Gap descending for the sort. And change on the 5-minute with biggest losers. And it found what you wanted. Yeah, that's, especially, when it's a new feature like the stock races, we just have to experiment. And sometimes the configurations that you didn't think were going to be the biggest things turn out to be very interesting. Do I know when the 0.61 beta will be released? Well, it might be released relatively soon. You can see here, I'm already on a developer's version 0.63. So if this version remains stable, I know that there was talk of getting another version out before the test drive, but that is by no means guaranteed. We'll just have to see. So I'd love to give you a straight up answer on when that might happen, Zeno, but I can't right now. As the coders like to say, when we ask them, it'll be ready when it's ready. Problem I'm having, it's also grabbing price, volume, etc. Oh, okay. So when you're highlighting here in your top list, you're getting all these guys, right? Like this, Jacques. So what you have to do is just be real careful. So if I click on Rally up here, notice it just highlights the symbol, and then I drag, and I don't get all this stuff. So if you got all this stuff, you can just pull your mouse back to the left just to get that one column. So click and drag. If you come out here, just pull it back. Okay, good. Yeah, I see your comment on the charts, Deb. So check out mine real quick here. Let's kind of zoom in through some charts. They're pretty good. They're working pretty good, pretty snappy. So they're coming. The faster charts are on the way. IMAB looking interesting here. Little flag on the intraday, and looking at this little area here, we're almost done, but you know, if this thing wants to get up and go again, could be up into the 2730-ish range, just looking at this little rounded bottom right here. Yeah, no problem, Jacques. All right, thanks for the flurry of questions, but I think I got everybody. If I didn't, just pop it back in there. So I've had a couple of these races running here. Train's already left the station on that little guy. Relly and Nexi. Relly continues to motor on up, but look what we got going on here. Probably going to be bumping its head pretty soon. Maybe another 20 cents up there. Certainly no relative volume. Yeah, I can do that, Deb. So just so you know, the race that I was showing you guys is this guy up here, right from the racing channel. But I've got it in a free floating window right here. So I will drop this. And just keep in mind, this is looking at change from the open. Change from open, sorting on the value. So there's that cloud link there. What are my thoughts on AEO? Well, definitely having a little bit of sunshine today. All right. Well, looks like we found, you know, support from way back in December of 2020. Bounced right off of it. You know, if it gets frisky to the upside, next little area of potential resistance could be back here from last December. But I mean, anywhere in, you know, we might find some purchase right here as far as support moving sideways. Looks like, you know, looks like this is the playground for the next how many ever days, weeks. I'm just kind of zooming out here. So we can see, you know, it was struggling with the 10 right here. Finally got to close above it, a little higher move. And we're through the 50 currently. So if we get a close above the 50, well, you know, might gyrate back to the top of this potential range here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yep, and just, you know, back and forth on the weekly here, coinciding with what we see on the daily as well in this little potential area. Now, if we do go back to the weekly real quick here, you know, it never hurts once you see these little topping candles up here, especially on the longer time frames. Let's see what the anchored VWAP has to say. Okay. So if it does get frisky to the upside and we break above this level and it gets a little extended, probably want to pay attention to that 2766 level, which is just anchored VWAP from this candle here. I thought I actually anchored that one, but we can always do another one. Yeah, and that was it. It just got darker. Yeah, Zeno. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. Hopefully that will be the case with the charts. I don't think so, Deb. Because let's do something real quick here. Now, we could use change from the open, but let's see, since we're kind of in the doldrums here. Picks one of the smaller change filters. So change in 2 minutes. We'll show the column. Now we can select it here. So we'll just use delta value, sort, change in 2 minutes, throw 10 in there, and then we'll just do a 2-minute race since we're looking at change in 2 minutes. So it looks like it just picks the top 10. You see that? Reli, AREB, CLSK, IO, and Q. So it would make sense because, I've got my top list sorted by change from open. So, you can easily sort by the columns that you have the interest in. Of course, change from 2 minute, we could have sorted by that, and we'd have a whole different list here, right? But apparently that's what it does. If we say 10, then it's going to take the first 10 that we see here. No big surprise to see CLSK jumping out here. Of course, we're looking at 2-minute candles or 5-minute candles, and we're doing change in 2 minute. But yeah, it looks like it just takes the top 10 of the list. What is the exit strategy for moderate in the AI? Well, okay, so moderate, right? If we're in conservative mode, we've got 3 kind of core reasons why the AI will plug out: stop loss, profit target, or a timed hold. Okay. It also, in conservative mode, can option out of a winner or a loser prematurely with profit save or reduce risk. We don't see any reduced risk there. But moderate risk mode, it will put a stop loss out there, but if the stop loss does not get triggered, it will hold for the remainder of the day. Which we can see here in conservative mode, 427. This is a classic case right here of the AI plugging out early. SLGG pretty much flatted the trade in conservative mode due to a profit save. Entry was here, exit was here, shaded area was the time spent in conservative mode. But we can see here, had we stayed in it, that's what moderate is showing us, we'd be up, if we were risking $100, which is what these values are based on, we'd be up $51.75 because we're in 690 shares here. Now back here we would have been up a lot more, but after this little peel off here, 223, we'd be up 7 cents. Up here we would have been up 25 cents at the peak. But just to reiterate, moderate puts in a stop loss. Either the stop loss gets hit or the trade goes all day. No problem, circle. Correct, Deb. Let's do one more here. Okay, so that race is over. We're still going to use 2 minutes, okay? But watch what happens here. If I resort by changing 2 minutes, let's see. Okay, what's up the most in the past 2 minutes? And I start the race now. We should see these stocks load up. Huh. Well, it looks like it's sorting by change again. Interesting. So it must be going by your default sort is what I can think of here. Let's see. Sort. Yeah, okay. See? Sort, change from the open. Okay, if I change my sort. Okay, I changed my sort. Now we're going to do that again. Based on this sort by delta. 10 again. And a 1-2 minute race. Okay, see, default sort, change in 2 minutes, and that's what we got there. So it's going to whatever you have your sort column set up as, that's where it picks the candidates. Yep, correct. We'll have to make sure we get that in the user's guide, Deb. But good questions and good information just now. Appreciate that. Wow, time warp. Got about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. Just kind of went by in a blink. Oh, and while I've been chatting here, we had this action on the SPY. Volume bumping up a little bit. I don't know if there was any chatter about anything, or that's just organic activity. BitF, mining company. Speaking of Bitcoin, I think last time I looked, we were taking a little bounce. Let's see if it held up. And yeah, Bitcoin looking here at 15-minute candles. Took a little pop up to just shy of 46. Looks like it's trying to form a little base here, but interesting action. Let's take a look at the weekly. And on that last little downturn, we came down here and tapped that 100 period and trying to motor back up here. Never a dull moment with the old Bitcoin. No problem, Mike. Always a pleasure. Is there a problem when trying to have a race on Canadian stock? Every time I try it, it crashes my layout all the time. I've never even tried doing that, Jacques. Um, More than likely, it's because we have limited Canadian data. So there's a very good chance that the filter you might be selecting isn't very active. The Canadian exchanges limit us on the amount of data that we can put out for some reason. Don't ask me why. Um, so to hear that you might be having issues with Canadian races is not that surprising. I wish I had a better answer for you. But I have not even tried uh, to do a race on any Canadian exchanges. Let's see here. I'll just generate one just to see what might happen. Notice how all the data disappears that we're not allowed to distribute. Interestingly enough, change from open stayed. So if we do change from open based on delta, and we'll just do a 2-minute race here to see what happens. Put 10 guys out there. Oops. Wow.
I would keep watching this Saba. I mean, I'm trying to see, was there some news? Views FDA denial of citizens petition. Okay, so there was some news, but when did that hit? 11 o'clock. Well, this is interesting because that actually popped. So this is actually, I didn't even realize this. So this is actually up for the day. And it popped because the FDA denied a citizen's petition. Maybe the petition was to stop them. FDA's. Aha. All right. So FDA has denied the citizen's petition against CASA, but does not represent a decision by the FDA to take or refrain from taking any action, etc. Okay. So it looked good, that was the pop-up, and then all of a sudden, oops, okay, not as good. Yeah, so you don't have an active account yet, Sarah, okay? You have to wait to 420. Okay, you have to wait to 420. You don't have an active account yet. 420 on around 420 on Friday afternoon, okay? All you've done now is pre-register. That's okay. Okay, Jason. Yeah, I didn't see that. I wasn't following it that closely, but yeah, I mean that's exactly what happened. Ooh, look at the spy now, guys. Remember this? We had an hour and 15 minutes of straight up, little move down, little base, and now another move down with the spy. I'm getting my alert again. The little grunt, grunt, grunt. I have a pig sound. The oink sound for every time this makes a new low. Not just that one, of course, but any one in my 10-day daily breakdown. And so it's grunting at me. Another new low for TWOU. I mean, just as a recap, I'm in the short at 11.55. I did not take it at 11.70. I'm in at 11.55. Covered some at 10.95 just in case. And now I've just been writing this down. So from 11.55 to 9.15. I mean, that's a huge. That's what, 250. That's a huge percentage gain. All right, guys, I think Jamie is sent to leave the YouTube room, so I'm back in, I think. Whew. Just watching some of the flyers from the morning. BKKT starting to drift down with the market. What's crypto doing? BITO. See, BITO is starting to fade a little bit, not horribly. Wow, here's another earnings play. Did not see this one at all. CHX, another earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Maybe not. Maybe it might not have been too active. But look at this on the way down. Boom. There's a bounce finally. A bounce finally for CHX. I know this came on a Zach scan, but you know the problem. I mean, listen, these are not easy in my opinion to find the bounces and the tops. I mean, we can find them. I guess you just have to keep watching till you finally get a green bar, and then maybe you consider it. I see Sona was pretty active a little bit earlier, 12:43. What time is it? 1:05. So Sona was pretty active for a while. Somebody said Uber is going to be on CNBC soon. Is that correct? Oh, they were going to discuss Uber, so it was nobody from Uber that was going to be on. Okay, I misread that. Well, guys, let me just see here. Just nothing for me to do right now other than keep an eye on the TWOU that doesn't have some kind of a giant pop on me. I'll put an alert around 9:30. See if it even gets close to that. So what I'm really waiting for, guys, is something to come out of this one of these with this race anyway, with a big percent. I mean, obviously 0.26 is no big deal. I'm just looking for something that might start to run, and I wouldn't notice it other than seeing it in the race. Because if you look at a top list, you can't really tell what's running at the time. That's the issue. You can see, you can sort your top list, and you can see. If you're sorting on the change from the open, sure, you'll see the ones that are near the open or most up from the open. But that doesn't mean that they're running now. Okay, so that's what the top list is all about, really, is trying to identify things in your top list that are running now. I'm just not seeing anything. Yeah, I mean, you can sort on something. Of course, you can sort on different column headers. Change from the close is what I'm doing here. But yeah, you can sort on the change 5 minutes in your top list. Absolutely. But this is just a visual presentation. But again, unless I saw something that was really a nice big percent, I don't really care. And that's fine. I mean, it's just a visual presentation without having to really pay attention to the top list. I'll know if I see a car jetting out here. I'll see it. Okay, so they have. Okay, so SLGG. It doesn't look like they report until March the 10th, but it looks like they've reported preliminary fourth quarter. I love how these got selected preliminary unaudited financial results. So that is the reason for the SLGG popping today. How is Disney doing now? I know it had a nice big pop. So it really has given up a lot. I mean, it hit a high, at least in the pre-market, or what did it hit in the pre-market? 159-ish or so? Let me back this out a bit. Well, our pre-market anyway, remember we only start at 7 in the morning, hopefully earlier sooner than later. So we see 159 or 160, so it's dropped $7 approximately from the pre-market highs for Disney. Hi guys, I'll be right back, okay? All right, just a minute, please. I've lost my Bluetooth has been really picky since that update yesterday from Microsoft. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Okay. All right, give me a moment again. Ugh. All right. There we go. Yeah. I've had luck with the Microsoft updates for a couple of years now, but the last one has really messed up my Bluetooth. Anyway, so real, yes, bonjour. I was going to say welcome. We were wondering if you took the TWOU short, which has been just probably one of the best trades I've had in a long time in terms of not getting bumped out of the trade with any candles. Yeah, we're almost at the lows, aren't we, for the SPY? Another dollar or so to go. Yes, we are now starting to see some sinkage in some of the ones that were just ripping on that bounce. Ooh, this would be a pretty nice short if I had shorts available at Interactive Brokers. What's the low yesterday? The low yesterday was about 1209. Yeah, that TWOU, unbelievable how well it traded. Yeah, it's funny, not so much on the breakouts for me. It's mainly still the breakdowns. This is one I did not take. INFU 1064. Well, it hasn't really moved. Hasn't really moved. Funny because it's only has 18 million in the float. How's the option stuff coming along, real? Are you still studying about trading options? Well, we saw it in the AI had that one. The AI had that one right here. You're talking about the Sava. Mr. Car Wash, I don't think I've ever seen you. This looks like there's an IPO back here. Mr. Car Wash. No, I have to laugh. I don't know how much rain Tucson, Arizona gets, but Mr. Car Wash, headquartered in Tucson. That seems like a straight. Look at Lyft, guys. Look at Lyft moving down again. Give me a moment here, guys. Here we go. VMEO. So this was a gap down and reverse on earnings. It's still negative, but it is really trying to roar back here. VMEO. This is a gap down and reverse. And this is an earnings play. Well, I was highly skeptical that TWOU would take out 10. But who knows? Maybe it will take out 9. Again, no reason to exit the trade. Look at that. Beautiful. I mean, no reason to exit the trade yet if you took that short. Zero. Yeah, I talked about the people were talking about the CLSK earlier. The way that moved is an earnings play. Yeah, you're right though. I'm noticing it in the not 881. 881 was the alert. 1065. You're absolutely right. From the 10-day daily breakout. There are a lot of them today, but you know what? I'll bet you most of them are earnings plays. This one isn't. Yeah, I mean, if it's a news catalyst, especially earnings, I mean, you know that it's going to be, it should be active all day long. Especially some of these stocks that don't have a lot of activity. I mean, look, we've seen this one in the past, TWOU, but I haven't seen it for a long time. It never shows up in any one of my scanners. But when a stock has earnings, that's when things get crazy. 32 times normal volume. 22 million shares, 32 times normal volume. So, I mean, we do see the ones that are moving without any news at all, and they can be okay. Usually they're very low floats, and maybe a Reddit crew has got a hold of them and all. But you're right, absolutely right. I mean, a news catalyst. At least what happens typically is that it won't just all of a sudden dry up in terms of volume. So you can get out of the trade. I mean, you never want to be in a trade where all of a sudden the volume dries up and you want to sell and you're thinking, well, to who? Nothing is easy, Pavlin. Nothing is easy. Okay, so what if it turns on a dime here? Anyway, I don't want. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want to, people say, oh, that's an easy trade. Easy, easy, easy trade. I've been around long enough to know there's no such thing as easy. Some setups are better than others, yes. All right, so this one, Pico, Phillips Edison. Pico was an earnings play, looked really good, but it is really giving it up. So it's actually gone negative now. Pico, P-E-C-O. Don't think I've really seen them before. Another one, TWLO. Let's take a look at that one. Twilio, absolutely. Way outside the price range that I like, but hey, absolutely. Another earnings play. Take advantage of this, guys. Next week, we will have more. We will have some earnings plays, and I think it starts to dwindle the week after, but we'll still be in earnings season. Luckily, the test drive starts next week for the next 2 weeks, so should have some good activity. What's the float on BRCC? Don't know. We don't have float information on it. Oh, so this is the launch today. Yeah. So typically, a new. Is this really an IPO today? Reshapes company ownership team. Yeah, so I don't know. I have no idea. If it's an IPO today, or is this a SPAC that turned into this? Then typically there's really, really not much information. I did not have that as an IPO today. Let me just check my IPO calendar. See if I missed it. I just don't recall seeing it though. Okay, let's see. IPO calendar. BRCC. I do not see BRCC here, so I have one other source for IPOs. Let me check that one. You sure it's an IPO? Like really an IPO? Yeah, I do not see a BRCC as maybe, I don't know, maybe it's something. I mean, obviously it looks like an IPO. The only thing is that it was trading pre-market. So that's typically that's not typically an IPO. So did they change symbol names or? Yeah, so I have no answer for that in terms of being an IPO today or. Okay, so this is a mini reversal happening here, guys. This is another earnings play, KN. It gapped up and is starting to reverse downward. Another earnings play. Yeah, I'm not sure, real. I'd have to ask the developer. I'll ask him. Okay. Let me just fire off an email to him. Give me a moment. Okay, real. I just emailed him and see what he says. Okay. There is another gap reversal for Sono. Another one. Credit Suisse, another earnings play on the way down here. Huge float though. Probably 9 will stop it. So it's just an alert that I'm getting, but I'm not interested. Well, I have my alert for the SPY. Oh, it might have even hit it. Actually, I forgot to put it. Let's see if it's there. Okay, now let's take a look at the sector status. There we go. So the SPY just took that out, or is at the bottom now? Let's take a look at the sector status, because remember when the market was in that hour and 15 minutes straight up, and all the sectors were starting to move higher? Now let's see what's happening. It's interesting. Energy is 50-50. It's not 100% one way or the other, so that's interesting. Tech is back down again. The only one up is Mu. Well, there's 4, I guess. 8% of them are up, so that's what we're seeing. So MU is the only is actually it's a pretty nice move. Is that an earnings play today? I don't think so. Anyway, financials. Remember, financials at one point were about, I think they were about 60%, 70%. So it's about 50-50 now. Healthcare in the tank. 91% of them are down from yesterday's close. Now this can change. Look at utilities. Interesting. A lot of times when the market is all choppy and everything, people kind of flee towards utilities because of dividend bearing. A lot of them are dividend bearing stocks, but boy, 100% of them are down. Yeah, I think I saw that earlier. UDMY, something. Yeah, Udemy. Yeah, almost an all-time low. Yes, earnings play. Yes, yes, yes. It'll be interesting. I did not take this one, and this did not show up here in my 10-day daily breakdown because I have pretty tough filter value for the relative volume. It had to be 8, so it would not show up. But yeah, this SPY downturn is starting to pick up here. Another earnings play, PAGP. I guess it has some room to that 1080 mark. Falling, sort of a green bar ignored on it. Yeah, I'm looking at my thumbnail charts. I don't see one of them moving higher. And here's that simple trade, CSQQQ. How's that, Pavlin? Well, this could go negative. I mean, look at this TSP. Great little move. Kind of on its own, too, because remember, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. The market, that market bounce started right on the open. Sorry. So this was following the market. Now it's starting to drift down with the market. TSP. All right, guys. Well, today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So 20 minutes from now, I'll be putting myself on mute and watching this market drift down. All right, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts. That means no stocks that I'm following or the scans that I've got, no stocks are making either a new high or a new low. That's all that means. Take a look at MQ as it breaks down through 11. It's still up for the day. That could be interesting. I mean, as long as the market keeps doing this. However, look at that big bottoming tail now on the SPY. Could that be the end of this downturn? So look at that big bottoming tail right there. I mean, the sellers had it all the way down here. The buyers, what time is it now? At 1:42. So this has another 3 minutes to close this candle. Okay, so let's see what happens here. Or does it, do they just pile into it and keep selling? No, this is definitely interesting to me, this MQ, guys. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a while. PCG. Oh, earnings, my goodness. Hard to believe they're still around. But anyway, PCG earnings play. Again, showing up because I have a relative volume filter of at least 3 in some of these. And so some of these show up a little later. And if you're saying, well, why don't you just reduce it? I could. I'll get 100 more alerts. I may not want, though. No, let's see if it gives up 12 again. I'm going to stick an alert around 1190 again, see if it gives it up again. But it looks like it's following the market a little too closely here. There's a bottoming tail, and there's the bottoming tail of the SPY. Well, this PAGP has some room. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average right down here at what, 1080, 1087, 1147, about 60 cents away. Maybe a little scalp, kind of in chase mode though on that 15 and the 5. And probably needs market support, even though it is an earnings play, so it will trade on its own to a certain extent. But I'd like to see the market helping it down like it was. Man, another earnings plays guy, PAA. That's coming into the 200-day, getting closer and closer, about 40 cents away. 44 cents away from the 200-day moving average. PAA. Well, PAGP accelerating down now. Hello. Just a minute. Okay, real. Here's their answer. Interesting, but I guess there's no way around it. So check here. I'm just sending you a message. I guess in theory it makes sense without going into it why it is like that. GLT guys, GLT. GLT is on the way down here, gap down and go. Another earnings play. Look at all these earnings plays, guys. All sorts of earnings plays. And through the 200-day moving average, which was at 1577. All right, guys, sorry about that. I am taking some of my. Okay, guys, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. You know why? Oh, you know what I'm talking about. I'm out of the TWOU. The minute this started happening, that's the first little sign. So I've covered all my TWOU. Now this could be this. This could be the start of a, like a bigger bounce. I don't know, but I'm out. I've covered all of my TWOU. I mean, we knew this was coming. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I guess it could have just kept drifting down all day, but at some point something is going to bounce, and you just had to be aware of it, ready. So, yeah, there's a little bounce for TSP. I guess you were waiting for a bounce for TSP. Well, you're a bit of chase mode there, but hey, let's see. And if I were going to be watching that one, I'm sorry, if I had taken that one, the level I'd be, let's see, looking at, let's take a look at a 15-minute chart. I mean, obviously up here, 994 around that 10 level, but could stall around that 950 mark just looking at this 15-minute candles. Could. Yeah, the better entry. Arguably, yeah, right around that 920 mark. Look at the 5-minute chart. You see all these little highs up there. Minute it took that out. So around the 920 mark, probably, yeah. Let's see, Goose is on the 10-day daily breakdown. Testing the VWAP 2850. 2850, testing the VWAP, yes. So I guess the million-dollar question, will it test the VWAP and bounce? Or take it out and continue down? Another earnings play. So I'll put an alert at 2844, which would be just below the VWAP, and see if it takes that out. Or does it bounce? So I'll put an alert 2880. So it's just going to bracket the alerts and see what happens. Boy, PCG guys, accelerating its move downwards. Did not take that one. PCG though is accelerating the move downwards. Okay, this next candle should tell the tale, guys, of the SPY. The next candle. Well, not the next candle. This 15-minute candle. See how it's sort of a doji here, but a big bottoming tail. And will this turn into a big red candle? Or, well, there we go. Maybe it will. If it takes the bottom of that out, look out below. Because you're talking about a firm. Let's take a look at a firm, AFRM. So that was some kind of a leak. 76 up to, wow, 83. Nice. However, look at these topping tails. That makes sense, Real. I see what you are doing. Of course, yeah, a lot of the stuff that I do in the pre-market, those are gaps. What's your minimum gap, up or down? And of course, in earnings season, we're going to have a lot of them. Really? Only a penny? Really? But wouldn't you get tons of them? Mm-hmm. Okay. So as long as it's a 10-day daily break out on the upside or the downside in the pre-market, those are the ones you're going to follow. Yeah, pre-market, I don't know. I mean, I do see apps here. I do see CLSK. BAM, not, but that might be outside the price range. Let's take a look at BAM. That I've got. Yeah, it's just outside the price range. Of course, as you know, it doesn't matter to you. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute now. I'm going to get set for this marketing meeting. So I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And yeah, so real, I was just wondering if you're still looking at those bounce plays from Zach, bounce and tops, just out of curiosity. No level two. No level two. There you go. Get that from your broker, as I'm sure you know. But yeah, we will never be offering level two. So Mark, autoplay is just an option. Okay. So if I want, so here's a top list as an example. So first of all, Mark, can you hear me and can you see what I'm going to do before I keep going? Okay, so you right click on your top list window, launch the stock race. Popped up on another screen. See how it says auto rerun? One of the selections is auto rerun. Now, hopefully that's in yours. If that's not, then you have to have at least the latest, you should have the latest beta. Okay, so you don't have that option for auto rerun, then it's because you don't have the latest beta. The betas are fine. Beta's fine. But let me know, do you have that with the current version of Trade Ideas that you have? And that's how this is. Oh, okay, so you must download the latest beta then. That you're right, because this is why my race keeps running over and over and over again all day long. So download the latest beta. It's fine. And that's on the website. I'll give you the link. Will Trade Ideas ever, Peter Pan? I have no idea. It's not one of the ones that they're looking at. They're trying to get TD Ameritrade. It's been a real tough task to do with their API. So Lightspeed, I have no idea. It's not been one of the ones that they've been bringing up. So if you go to my homepage, Mark, click on my homepage link, and then if you scroll up to the top where it says download, and then scroll. I mean, this version may also, but I'm not sure. I'm always on several versions ahead. But almost positively, if you keep scrolling down, I think the latest beta should. Okay. And Peter Pan. It's not that we want to link with every broker if we could, but it's just not. It's not easy with some of these brokers. And so it's not that we don't want to. Don't know, Terry. It's not. I'm not in development, so I have no idea. All I know is we had a major issue with TDA, and we thought we were right there a year ago, for gosh sakes, and it turned out to be just a major issue. E-Trade and IB, not so much. So I have no idea. All right, guys, time is it? Wow, 2:51 already. So I'll be putting myself on mute at about 3, and the room will be open till 3:30. One last look. Tomorrow, wow, tomorrow's Friday already. And the test drive, wow, the test drive starts on Monday. And I'll just put the test drive link in here, just talk briefly about it and what it's all about. I'll say, okay, so you click on the test drive link and this is what you're going to see. So, February 14th to the 28th, that is 10 trading days. One of those days in between is President's Day, but you will get 10 trading days, okay? And that'll cost you $11.11. Just as if you were a premium subscriber, the only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade anything with your live account. You can practice auto trading in the simulator, okay, but you will not be able to connect to your account and auto trade. So that's the only thing you won't be able to do, but you can practice in the simulator. And again, it'll cost $11.11. Now, tomorrow at about 4:20, that's all times Eastern, around 4:20, you will actually have access to the program so you can download it and then you can start playing around with it. And in an email that you guys will be getting, you will see the times that Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room. So there's extended support now. He'll be there tomorrow at 3:30, and normally he wraps it up at 4:30. But he's going to stay on. I don't know for how long. It could be several hours, so you can head over there and ask him questions, especially if you're on the test drive. You know, how do I start? How do I set up, etc. If you're having some problems. And he'll also be there, I believe, on Saturday. I'm not sure the time. It might be about 8 in the morning. No, I'm not sure in the time. And maybe Sunday too. But you'll get an email and it'll tell you exactly. So, like, do it, guys. I mean, take the time to do it. Because don't just download the program and then without any preparation whatsoever, and then Monday morning you don't know anything. Okay, so take the time over the weekend to at least take a look at this. If you go to my homepage, just give me a moment. Okay, go to my homepage. And if you click on my homepage link, again, this is if you're new, please, the first thing you should do is go to the education section right here, click here, and take the 20 introductory lessons, okay? They're very quick, it's all text-based, but it goes over all of the basic features. That's the first thing you should do. What is a top list? Build a top list. Alert window. So it'll get you acclimatized to what the basic features are, okay? Now, on the education section, we also do have a very comprehensive user guide, but I wouldn't go there first, okay? I mean, it's a very comprehensive user guide. I would look at the 20 lessons first, and then you can head over here to the user guide. And then we have segments, the alert windows, top list windows, all the way down to racing, the stock racing, okay? And then the full table of contents, all searchable. But don't overwhelm yourself. You don't have to learn everything that Trade Ideas has, of course. You know, if you're using Word, I mean, the Word manual is a huge manual. I'm sure most people don't know 99.9% of what's in there because it's just not relevant to them. Where are you? Okay, now on my homepage, again, lots of free information. You get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. And we've already gone over the education, though I should click one more time because, again, if you're new to trading, not just new to trade ideas, come on. Okay. So there are those daily support sessions. Chris Varley's in the room, Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30. So when I close the main room down at 3:30, you can head over there. And the daily webinars, there will be one today, and then we'll be on hiatus for a couple of weeks while we are in our test drive. And then the back to basics, again, new to trading, starts off with what is a stock, okay? So a lot of information there. And then, of course, if you are taking the test drive, they're all my scans that I'm sharing. So, at around 4:20, 4:30 Friday afternoon, you can take a look at these. So that's why I'm saying, save my link. Save my link because there is a lot of information in these two sections. So save my link and then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. Okay, thank you, Will. Well, I was saying yesterday, especially if you're new, I mean, trying to find tops and bottoms, it can be very, very difficult. So, and I, quite frankly, I just can't, especially now that we're in earnings season, to me, there were more interest, there were easier looks than trying to figure out a top or a bottom. Once we're out of earnings season, then I'll concentrate on that a lot more because, we won't have as many different alerts. No, so Eagle Trader, no. Tomorrow, 4:20, you'll be able to download the program, okay? Yeah, somebody said AFRM just dropped. Something got leaked, right? Something got leaked earlier. That's what somebody said. Something got leaked right around here, maybe? And maybe it's been refuted. I don't know. But that is one big, wow, that's one big kaboom down. Wow. And it's halted, yes. So that's what, yeah, so you can see exactly what happened. I mean, typically companies release after hours or before the market opens. So somehow this got leaked, but they missed Q2 EPS by 26 cents. Revenue, this is what's, yeah, they tried to jam this press release up pretty quickly. They didn't even spell offers right. I'm assuming they meant to say offers guidance. The CR is launching. Yeah, it hasn't been aborted, so it actually launched. Whoa! Something happened. Something bad happened, guys. Is this another? Something bad happened here. Hopefully, it didn't blow up, or did it? Did they cancel it? Because that was a big, giant red candle. Now it's a big topping tail now, or bottoming tail now. But what time is it? 3:01. So did it actually launch? I mean, the way that, I mean, it's right back up, but the way that was a giant red candle. No, I just wanted to know if you were still using it. It was just a matter of if you were still using it. I just haven't been able to concentrate on it at all. And I was just wondering if you were still actually using it. I'm talking about Zach scans. Again, as I said, too many other things happening with earnings and all that, but I have enough other things to really look at that I think are more comfortable for me, rather than trying to pick a top or a bottom. Oh my goodness, I forgot I was in this short. Oh, jeez. Talk about a rookie mistake. This is the Gilt GLT. Just check my, it's doing okay. Sometimes there's so much happening. We're in that marketing meeting and everything. I completely forgot I was in this one. GLT. And that showed up in the continuation. Right there at 1556. I got it just underneath 1550. Well, it's always about guidance, It's always about guidance. Because, you look at the TWOU, You know, you can look, and it's all about the guidance because if you look at their earnings and revenue, it looks like they actually beat Wall Street expectations, but they're guiding very poorly for this year, and that's all people care about. You know, what are you going to do for me in the future? Great, you had a great last quarter, but why should I buy this stock if you're telling me that you're not going to do that well in the upcoming quarter? Then why would anybody buy? And that's what that one was all about. All right, guys. So I will like I'm obviously here. I don't really go anywhere. I just sort of give my voice a rest. But I'll just put the announcement here. And hopefully we can find another one like TWOU tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on a mute now.
Looks like video transfer is good. Let's check the audio. Alright, and audio looks good too. Alright, perfect. Everybody, welcome Trade Ideas Late Day Q&A here. Do a live Q&A for anybody just kicking the tires, wondering what this is all about, inquiring about the product, so on and so forth. I keep it as an open forum for anybody that's new here. I don't have any pre-done content. I don't come with anything prepared. I prefer it when you folks are asking the questions, driving the content with your questions and comments, and we take it away from there. As always, of course, if you're all giving me the silent treatment, I'll try to come up with something interesting, talk about what I might have been looking at today, trading, some things like that. But, like I said, I prefer it when you're all driving the content, so there's that. I got a chart up of Fun, PHUN. I took a long position in it and been in and out, adding, subtracting on that position for a little while here now. Kind of one of those set it and forget it positions at this point now. I think, sometimes when you have some house money, you roll some dice on some speculative stuff. So, I've seen what it's done with the big spike back here in the past. And, like anything else, I have a trading plan that's involved in it. Never risk more than I am prepared to lose. Some other items today. So, I continue to run these stock races that I created. I don't know if any of you have been following along with those races that have been regulars here that I've shared the scans with. But let's see, I had a few really good ones this morning, and I took one on CLSK. Grabbed it down here. I actually grabbed it pretty early, coming back off this pullback here. And, you can see my sell orders going all the way up through here. Finished the trade out, closed it there. And, all went pretty well. To give anybody an idea here of what the thought process was behind this trade, kind of come in, zoom in this daily chart here. Let me zoom my screen a little bit for you all too. Let me blow this up a little bit. There we go. Alrighty, hopefully you can see that a little bit better. Want to widen that just so I can get all 10 cars out there. Assuming there's 10 cars, that's what I put in the race. Alright, so thought process behind this was much similar to the trade that I had taken yesterday. I don't really remember what that ticker symbol was, but you had this nice horseshoe up pattern that was forming here and coming up above this area right there. I thought to myself, if nothing else, there's probably room to run towards here, maybe share size a little bigger with a tighter stop. And if we got through that, it looked like it climbed this ladder pretty well here of these days down, and it did just that. Pretty much ran right into that resistance right there. So it doesn't always textbook work out like that, but that was the idea behind the plan. I wasn't going to let it go below the opening range bar here after this pullback that I was able to snag it on, and managed to trade thusly. So, and that came in on both these races here. They're both looking at some relative volume. One is racing on a 1 minute change in the percent. The other is racing on a 2 minute change in percent. Some different metrics inside the scans themselves. But the idea is just trying to find early momentum stuff and seeing if I can catch that real early or not. So far it's been a decent week on that. So that's my racing story for the moment. There was some other, let's see what else came through it early. I deleted a lot of the stuff that came in early. I set price alerts and then try to figure from the price alerts where I want to head and what I want to do. SBLK, I'm pretty sure that was Star Bulkers. Yep, that came in early, so This gives you an example of, letting the trade kind of come to you and not going chasing. This came in early on the race, and I made a big move up on this 15-minute bar, and then I started seeing on the 5-minute bars these kind of topping tails, and I decided, I don't know if that's going to work for me or not, and I decided to wait. I almost bought it on the pullback here. I decided not to. It would have been okay on the pullback, but it didn't quite have the follow through that I thought it was going to, and when the market sold off, it really tanked. So definitely was an opportunity there. Passed up on that opportunity, but it was one of the stocks that came in early on that stock race. Mattel was another one. I don't know what Mattel ended up doing for the day. So Mattel came in early and it went sideways the rest of the day. Still on the race right now. What else? Was there something else? LU. LU came in this race early. These races early. So definitely had a shot here on LU. There was no pullback on it really to get into that, but it's a real big float in that stock. But all the same, you share size accordingly to things, trading plan and all that said. So you had this gap up here, you had this kind of range, so you could use something like that as a stop loss for an example. What I didn't like about this is that there seemed to be more resistance in this area, and I didn't really think it was going to push through that area, to be honest. Ended up pushing through it and having some meat on that trade, but again, the races pointed to all these items this morning, all in the first about 30 minutes or so. Excuse me. About all in that first 30 minutes or so. So, I continue to really enjoy this feature here. And zoom back out on this chart a little bit to give you more of an idea too here. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of a base like this too for me to have been a little more interested. So, those are the thoughts behind me looking at these charts. You got to be quick on a lot of these things. Not very quick to compare to, how fast you have to be, but, quick nonetheless, being able to look at a daily chart, look at your intraday charts and decide where your risk stands on these, where your reward stands on these things, how you want to share size based on those items, so on and so forth with those kinds of items. Barry a lot faster than me and can handle bigger spreads and the whippiness of stocks and things like that. He just much better at anticipating, when those breaks are happening than someone like myself. But these stock races certainly help narrow that down, and I think really, this week, 4 for 4 this week with the stock races, so I feel pretty good about that, and what this product and what this part of the product's doing now for traders in general, myself included. So, alright, I see, people coming and people going. You're all giving me the silent treatment to this point, it seems like. So please, anybody that's in here, if you're new, this is done as an open forum. I'm just kind of going over some things to entertain for the moment. But I'm here to answer questions, about the software, if you have them. We can always go over a chart. Alright, I see Eagle Trader's got a chart there. I'll pull that up in a second. But I do this to help new users or people that are considering becoming Trade Ideas users to be able to make that decision if we're the right product for them, if we're the right data provider. So, alright, let's pop up that chart for you there, Eagle Trader. AFRM. I feel like that's been on my races a bunch today. Yep, it was on my races earlier. Yeah, they leaked their earnings got leaked on this, I believe. Yep. Their earnings got leaked. And just, I know people want news so bad and breaking news and all those things like that, but it's something to keep in mind. Do you think that there are a bunch of human beings that saw this headline and caused that? Absolutely not. There were machines that were watching for news headlines. And when that news headline hit the tape, it made this move faster than any human being could have ever have possibly pulled up the news about that earnings release and leak and interpreted it and then made a sound investment or trading decision based on that. Uh, Don, I've got it all the way up. There's outside of putting the microphone inside my mouth, I don't really have another way to up this volume. I'm sorry. I mean, it's literally on the side of my mouth, and what I have for controls on volume I have them turned all the way, all the way, all the way up. One other example of news. This happened here, and both Andy and I at the same time said, "Whoa, something happened," and I jumped on Twitter right away. And it took about 2 minutes for the news to come out that Bullard had said whatever he said about a 100 basis point raise and hike and things like that. So once again, there were computers that knew about this before any human being could have ever possibly have digested that news and made any sort of a trading decision based on that whatsoever. So again, news is okay for, long-term investing and, things of that nature. But when you're looking at breaking news for trading, if you think you're going to beat the algos, let me know how you're doing it. It's not to say that news doesn't have its place for some people and sometimes, but not for me. So I guess, about this chart, there's really not much I can say about this other than here, look, you had this here, this low that goes back to way back to here. You were coming up out of it, and the earnings came down and tagged that. I think that's no happy accident whatsoever that happened where it tagged it. And now you're kind of just, stumbling in the middle here. Um, Don, most likely, I would say TD Ameritrade, unless, there's something going on in the area of the devs, in the world of the devs that I'm not aware of, which is more than possible. But we were very close to making TD Ameritrade work. Our issue is their data. Our issue is their data. Their API data does not work. It's not accurate. It's delayed. Is the real biggest issue. Um, but we're working on stuff to be able to circumvent that issue. I just couldn't give you a time. That's all I can say. And they're the only other ones that have their API open to us at this point. We've opened up dialogue with Fidelity and some other brokers, but they don't always answer the phone when we're calling. How about CNR? Is that Cornerstone? Yeah, Cornerstone. This thing's all over the place. It's a hard trader. I've had it on and off my liked list for a long time. You've got, I love this kind of base that's in here, but, you got just met with resistance here. So you've got this trend line, we can call it, this downwards trend line. And even if it pops it now, you've had such a run up these last days. For me, it's extended. It's a chase now if it gets through it. I like the chart overall long term. It's not something I'd take a long term position in. And obviously, some kind of news came out here. So this thing was not even looking that good until an hour ago. An hour and a half ago, whatever it was. I mean, yeah, you were at the low end of this range here. We have this long range going back to last year, basically. So it came out of this here, and it's been kind of chopping down on this range, and it come right back down and bounced on it again. And so whatever that news was, I'm guessing, did that. And again, probably no accident that this is where it's getting rejected again. So it's not something I go running and chasing, that's for sure. But you might have a trading plan that says it's okay to enter that. I don't know. I don't have a trading plan that says to enter something that just spiked over almost $2 in an hour. But that's personal to me, of course. Ebron. Ebon. Low risk entry in the sense of you don't have a whole lot to fall before you hit $0, but it's China, so you can't trust anything out of China. Number one. That float and then this range, it just doesn't have a whole lot of range to it, so it's going to need something to really catalyst it to make a move up. You're looking at, let's just pretend that 0 is our stop loss, all right? So you're looking at, risking $1.50 plus to make $1 because, look at this area right here. This is how I'm analyzing it as I'm looking at risk. Whoa. Well, that's not good. Sorry, hold on, I have to... Sorry, I'm just going to throw a recording in this and I'll finish what I was talking about with Ebron there. But I just want to show that what happens here when I clicking that drawing tool, because we're getting ready to release this and that's not going to fly at all. So, alright, not that recording. But my point being is that, sure, could this make a run? Sure, but what's the catalyst to have it run? The chart doesn't tell me it's running. And we can see it's obviously has a big price magnet here at this level of, I don't know, 230 and change or something like that. So, you're risking a stock falling to 0 for less than $1. The risk reward doesn't make any sense to me on that chart, for me personally. So just, that's my thoughts there anyways on that. So, alright, that's, the short and skinny there. Looks like we got some big selling into the close here. Woof. Now, something I just want to bring up here and talk about textbook technical analysis. Pull up this SPY chart, and you're going to see I drew this line back here in October when we first were cracking through that. And this line, to say has been a price magnet and a rejection line now at this point, would be an understatement. All the way back here now, the beginning of the month, rejected. Yesterday, rejected. Today, rejected. So there you have it. I have not moved this line. I have not moved this line since here. So that's, November, December, January, and we're almost halfway done with February at this point. So, pivot lines matter a lot. Never exact. You don't always see it line up like that, but that one I just happened to nail. And again, you folks have questions, please fire those away for me. Now, I just happened to notice that the market was selling off because I took a look over at my compare count windows and I saw this going on. And it's never good for the bulls when I see a flat line on the green, just like that, and I see the red line spiking. We're getting a little bit relief here in the last couple of minutes. You can see that little hook coming down now on all of those. There's this 15-minute bar on the SPY is trying to go green here. But, chop. Home on the range, whatever you want to call it. Long time we're in a range. Popped the range, popped out, popped out, popped in, popped out, popped in, popped out. We're done, right? Nope. Right back through it, right back into it, right back in the middle of it, right back in the middle of this range. Back in the saddle. So I think that's where we stay for now. I don't see anything changing that. GSL, that was one of the other stocks that came through my race today. But made this fast run up and then, just kind of sideways and a little pop after that, but not anything crazy here. So wasn't anything guaranteed, but these are things that I saw come through the races. So again, as we round into the last few minutes here of the trading day, if you folks have questions, please, fire those away for me. I guess while I'm getting the silent treatment, let's dive into some sectors. The last few times I've tried to do this over the last few weeks, the questions start coming in, so maybe this will help me today get some questions from you all. So first we'll take a look at the fear index. What's that telling us? Sorry, just messaging back and forth about that chart issue there, because we want to get this build out to you folks ASAP. It's a good build with some new stuff that's in there for you all, and a little bit speedier on our charts too. So anyways, the fear index, we'll see what happens. So if it breaks, it'll break big. What, which are you referring to there, Midian? So the fear index, it really came in at the end. I think a lot of that has to do with the Fed talk. There's not a whole lot else out there, I think. As far as I know, I won't put a lot of creed into this at all right now for the VXX, the fear index. Shipper is kind of interesting here. Do we just have, an oversold situation, or is there something more bullish going on with shippers? I would even go as far to as draw a downward trend line, not really great. So is this a trend reversal or is it just overbought? We'll see here. We'll see what happens. perhaps looking back in hindsight, we'll get to call this a double bottom here. We'll see. We'll see in hindsight for the shippers. I'll mention also the fact that GSL and Bulkstar, those are two shippers that came through my stock races today with a lot of volume, a lot going on there, including the relative volume. So, they're getting some abnormal action. So again, these are the things that we look at for trend changes, what sectors might look good. I never know what to say about this sector here. It's just the day trader sector. I don't think there's any long-term investing or anything to talk about here. I mean, this chart says it all. I mean, just a slow, steady grind that is every time anybody tries to buy anything here is met with tons of selling. SLX, it's going to be your steel. Again, long range. We looked like we were ready to break out of it here. Break up and no, I see your question, Midian. I was asking if what. So you said so if it breaks, it will be a big. It'll break big. No, and I didn't know what you were referring to. So I'd asked what you were referring to. Was it a specific chart that I had been on at that point? I didn't know where you were or what you were referencing. I'm sorry. And Todd, yeah, sure. Hold on. Let me disconnect from Interactive Brokers. So here's, what the simulator looks like. Brokerage Plus is our simulator, and you come here and you go to here. So yeah, I'll jump back on that in a second then, Midian. And you connect to the simulated trading. It's going to take a second to load up here. All right, there it goes, and then you connect the account. So this is where you connect a broker, and then you connect the account here. All right, and from here, you can buy or sell. You send the order. You're going market limit is a stop limit. If it's a limit or a stop limit. You set the price here, time and force. All right, you can set a time stop here. You can set bracket orders here. Your quantities there. Are you going to go with shares or dollars? So on and so forth with all that there, Todd. In here you have different tabs. Your orders that are sitting here. What they're doing. There's some messaging here, not overly important, I don't think, but it's just kind of what's the server saying back and forth. Automating Holly is managed here in the Holly tab. This will look at the accounts that you have, what your information is in those accounts, a summary of what's going on the day for you. If you have strategies you've created, they'll be here. Discretionary long and short is just your buy and sell buttons here. That's all that is. And you can add tabs here. You can add it as a window or as a tab if you want to have multiple tabs for different reasons, because you can filter based on different accounts or strategies or, long trades, short trades, so on and so forth. And then a few different windows that we have that are in here as well. Symbol linking, is this, symbol linked to everything? Is it only symbol linked to certain charts? And we can go right ahead and buy. I can buy, let's say I want to buy, 50 shares of the SLX. I'm clicking buy, and I'm going to go market. Oops. I'm going to go market, and I'm going to send that order. Try to buy it at the market right now. Whoop. So market's closed, so I don't know if that's going to go. There's the order. It's submitted. So I think what I can do is I can cancel that. If I go back to the positions, and if I go, let's go buy, let's go limit, and let's go 58.59, so that's the limit price, that's the price. Enter valid quantity. Whoops, sorry. Let's get 100 shares, send. So we want a limit order, SLX, there it is. The opening order comes on my chart so I can see it there, and boom, I got a fill. And there's the XLS position. SLX position, excuse me. Yeah, you can take a trade from the chart. What you would do is, you create a strategy here, and then you can use as a default chart strategy. So, for example, let's go with, let's take risk $100, whatever this is, the strategy here. Let me come to edit trading strategy, and so I can see what the strategy is doing in here in these different tabs. It's going to tell me. And so order details, let's go a limit order, and we're not going to give it an offset to try to get in. We're risking $100 based on stop at the low. It's attached to the simulated trading. Okay, perfect. All right, and then I can enable it, right click to enable that, and then I can right click it and I can save it as default chart long strategy. All right, and click buy, and my order will populate there. I can also go here, I can right click on the chart and I can go buy using 100 at last. So all these different ways for me to do that. And the red S here would be sell as well. So those are all the things we can do with the charts. I think now going back to you there, Midian, with the SPY. The general rule of thumb is the longer the consolidation, the bigger the break. The problem is this isn't a long, tight consolidation. This is a consolidation that's broken both ways multiple times now. So I don't think it'll be it's hard to say. The market hasn't really gone anywhere in a long time now. I just don't feel that it's going to be a huge break if and when it breaks to either side. I'll say this. If it breaks to the upside, I think it'll be slower than if it breaks to the downside. That's what I think, Midian. I think if we break to the downside, it happens hard and fast. If we break to the upside, I think we go back to kind of a slow grind because we have overhead resistance ahead of us. So even if we break this here, I don't think we just jump right on top of that. And even if we do jump towards that, I don't think we're gonna find ourselves at 500 real fast on the SPY. That's my personal thoughts. But anybody can throw their weight around on that, and I know no more than anybody else. So that's just my kind of thought behind it is simply a lot of times when you see that big breakout of consolidation, that you see a tightening consolidation. We haven't really seen that. I mean, I guess we could kind of almost call that more recently, but I would like to see that. I would like to see that tightening over more time than what we're seeing here. So we had this big, this move up and this move down and this move up, and it was a big move back down again, breaking this kind of tightening that might have been able to happen here. Now, had we done this instead, sure, we come up here and we didn't bounce and we didn't come back down and touch 420 again on the SPY, I think, and we stayed in here, then I'd say we'd have some more tightening for that kind of coiling effect to get up out of there. Again, just my kind of thoughts and observations. And you're welcome there, Todd. so let me pull this back out of the way, the simulator there. Um, XOP, anybody that knows me knows that I've been overall kind of bullish on this, although losing a little bit of steam here. The other day when we took this level out here, is this going to be a false breakout, or was this just a breakout and a retest, and we're setting up for a next leg up? Time will tell, obviously. The overall trend still, I would say, intact. There's a shorter term trend that's there on the long side. If we zoom back out a little bit, we have a really long term trend here coming back as well. I think that's very much intact. I mean, that's not a perfect trend line, excuse my poor drawing, but I think you get the idea. That's behind the XOP and energy. For now, I think that trend is intact very much. But, I keep an eye on it. Some of the positions that I've had recently are tied pretty tightly to the XOP, so I'm mindful of that. Airlines, I think that's going to be really based on what's happening in the world. If restrictions loosen up around the world for traveling, hoping there isn't, a big war breaking out in Europe, so on and so forth. But I think we've got a pretty defined, again, sorry, hold on, let's see if I can actually draw this. The reason I try to draw the trend lines, I just feel like this trend line here isn't great for observing, but I'll give it a shot here. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. Hopefully you can see that a little better here, that trend line, or you can see it well anyways. I mean, I think that's pretty defined downward trend line right now, so we'll see what happens on the airlines. Oil, kind of tied with the XOP. Oil itself looks a little nicer than the XOP. The XOP is more exploration and tied with a little natural gas. We all have seen what's happened at the pumps. That's not natural gas related, so that's kind of where that is. Let's see, let's keep moving. This is just agriculture here. Kind of a thinly traded ETF. I don't think there's a lot to comment there. Got metal and mining, same thing. I mean, how many, false breakout, false breakout, false breakout. Is this another false breakout? We'll see. Today's action obviously didn't help. The entire market got sold off for the rest of the day, basically. So, those inflation numbers came in hot again today, and I think gold and silver did absolutely nothing, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, you got every person on the planet that loves gold screaming, inflation, inflation, gold, and gold has just been a big nothing burger. I mean, yeah, and even it gapped down. Sure, it made a move up, and as soon as the market sold off, gold sold off right with it, back down again, and again, a shorter term trend line. That's what we're looking at for gold right now. I just can't seem to break that downward trend. I sold almost all my P10, but I decided not to yesterday, and I kept some. And yes, I am happy that I kept some of it. So it looked good, even in the market turmoil. It looked good. We're breaking out of a big base here, I feel like now. So there's a very good chance that I add to this position tomorrow if the market doesn't roll over, to be honest. So, but I'm in it, just for disclosure purposes, I'm in it way down here, actually. I'm in it at like 1040. So, take that for what it's worth. Bitcoin was up about, and even Bitcoin stocks sold off. Here's the thing with the Bitcoin stocks. I think, how much mining are you getting out of those, or, how much usage, real life usage and things like that are going to come out of them. So, um, that it's tied to other stuff, unfortunately. Delete a line off a chart? Yeah, just click on the line and press delete. So here, I'll draw a line on a chart and delete it for you. So look, I just drew this line here. See, I've got this hex symbol up, or whatever you want, this cross T or whatever. Click on it, delete. So anyways, that's kind of the short and skinny with P10. Seeing bark on some cup scans. Yeah, but even if them making money, the whole thing is still speculative on the fact that Bitcoin will ever have a real world usage. And also, you are welcome, WTD. Also with Bitcoin, it was supposed to be this untraceable thing that was going to give back privacy and on the chain and all that stuff like that. And you got these clowns that stole, whatever it was in Bitcoin. I mean, when they stole it, wasn't $3 billion, but it was almost almost $4 billion when the feds or whoever recovered that stolen amount of Bitcoin, and they were able to track them. So now I don't know anything about those people. I just seen some funny TikTok videos about the girl or something like that, and something about eating fancy pancakes. I don't know if they're the smartest people in the world, the dumbest people in the world, somewhere in the average range. But the sheer fact that Bitcoin was tracked, and now people are saying that all Bitcoin is traceable, it loses every single thing that everybody was saying. Oh, Bitcoin is going to be save privacy and all these things like that. Well, no, it doesn't. Um, That sure was a lot of Bitcoin. and just for full disclosure, also, I know almost nothing about crypto except it exists, and people trade it. Aside from that, I couldn't tell you a thing about it, and I don't need to. It very well may be the entire future of the human race for all I know, and it may be the South Sea bubble of the 1600s or whatever that was. So you said something about bark. I'm sorry. Seeing bark on some of the cup skins. I'd give it maybe a horseshoe up here, but you're going to run right into this, smack right into that. And just remember, the lower the price of stock is, the harder it is for it to get through these levels, much harder. So, you're going to need this to happen, and then you're going to need something like that to happen afterwards to get a cup and handle. So for now, it gets a horseshoe up. Um, Notice when a company has a big beat, rally first day earnings, and then little by little. So I think some of that's going to have to do with dividend plays, Michael. Um, I think a lot of people pile in for a dividend and then they jump right back out after the dividend's executed. So you're going to have that when it's leading up into the earnings. So you have to account for that. And then you have, your gamblers. You're literally, they're, gambling on earnings and they're in and out because of those earnings. Um, and then you have funds that, big index funds and things like that, depending on what the stock is, that are going to rotate in and out of things, based on whatever they either saw, liked, didn't like, based on those earnings. There's no way to interpret any of that stuff. And last but not least, when it comes to earnings, at least for me, one of the biggest things that I ever read about earnings was from How to Make Tools and Tactics for the Master Day Trader by Oliver Velez, and he basically just said, listen, anybody with a suit and tie that calls himself a CFO can go on any of the news stations and say anything they want about their stock and their company, and that's it. They can say whatever they want, and there's nothing else to it. So that's getting crushed, huh? AFRM. Just interesting. So, this is why, generally speaking, I don't hold through earnings. Now, P10, I held through earnings because I really did not think it was going to break below a level that was going to cost me money and lose what I'd already made in the trade. I did not see us breaking below $10 like that, and we didn't. So, I had a sound reason for that. I had a sound plan. If it did happen, it happened, and that just meant that the money that I'd made on the trade, I gave back a portion of it anyways. Again, I like oil, I like gas, I like energy. I think the trend is up in it overall, and it was a calculated risk. It was not a gamble what I did in P10. But it's only the second time I ever held something through earnings. The only other time I held something through earnings was any, and I paid the price for that. But I'm going to be honest, I held it as a complete gamble, and that was, I don't know, somewhere back here. I don't even know where it was. I held it on a complete gamble, and I had made good money on it, sold most of the position coming into the earnings, and then I gave all that back and then some. So that was a harsh lesson learned, that I held it as a gamble. I had no plan in holding it through earnings on any at that time, and they did everything. They beat, and everything looked good and all this stuff like that. And anyways, that was the end of it, and that was my lesson in a refresher in why having a trading plan is so important. Levi had 8 funds buy a million shares up. It started because the day this morning just that crazy. So what did Levi do? Yeah, I also think Levi was a victim of the overall market sell-off. I don't think that had a whole lot to do. I'm guessing they must have beat Michael Anthony. That's the only thing that I can figure. They were on my scanner yesterday, or they were on my races yesterday. Would have been a good one to pick. I didn't go after it. Um, you know, Levi's got this to contend with here, and if it can get through that, it can get through this here, get to that, then I would say. You can do it with every play too, though. Perfect circle. So, um, You can do that with anything. I've cup and handles I got off the chain with those. I'm not using any. Michael Anthony's the one that's been looking for the pinch plays, so I don't know if he has some insight to share with you there. I would say probably start with, look for two moving averages that interest you and try to figure out a setting for the filters to pinch the price action in between those two moving averages. That's what I would say. That's the direction I'd point you in. First figure out what moving averages you want to look at, and then, from there. Well, if you're looking for squeeze, if any of you are looking for, yes, Barry never holds through earnings except Snap. Don't let Barry trick you. He held Snap through earnings and he did very well. So, but he took a calculated risk. He didn't just gamble and say, you know what, I'm just going to buy Snap and hold it through earnings. He had a whole set of reasons why he did that, and I think his experience paid off very well on making that decision and that calculated risk. For you, anybody that's looking for squeezes, I think there's something called like a TTM squeeze or something like that. There's a custom filter that Michael had built, and I think it might help you if that's what you're looking for. But what I'll say about that is that it's not a filter that's going to return you values. It's a true-false statement. So essentially, when you put that filter into a scan, you put a 1 in the minimum column, and if a scan or if a stock meets the filter criteria, it can populate on your scan. Then of course it has to meet the rest of your filter criteria too. If the stock is not meeting that squeeze filter, it won't come through. So it's not like you put values into it like a normal filter saying, hey, show me stocks that are in between these values or above a certain minimum or maximum value. This is just saying if stocks are making this specific squeeze, show me that stock. And that's what that filter does. So, but if that's something you're interested in, you can give us an email at here. So you can give us an email there if that's that squeeze filter is something you're interested in. Like I said, it's a custom, so you have to have some knowledge of our custom formulas. And again, when I say custom, I don't want anybody to think you can go running out and it's a code compiler and that you can just make whatever custom you want. Everything that's built into that comes from short codes that exist within our system already. So again, as my example, we don't have EMAs to scan for, so you can't build a custom on EMAs. It's not how it works. All right, let's jump back in a few more of these ETFs here. So we looked at gold. Gold is, gold's being gold. Well, what's his name? Bullard came out with something about 100 basis point hike now instead of, I don't know. He must have been short the market. That's all I can figure. He must have had puts, something. So if you look back and you see Bullard made some comment that was out of line from what has originally been projected and thought to happen, I guess the Fed has never been able to control inflation, but for some reason they think they're going to be able to do it this time for whatever reason. God bless economists. They're about as useful as weathermen are. So you got your material sector here. This is lagging behind, I'd say, the steels with your XLB here. Again, we see this just nonstop here. These ranges, popping in and out, popping in and out, and so there's no real big market leader. So I use TTM Pro on TrendSpider, but assume that traders couldn't do anything like that since you can't using indicators. TrendSpider scans you have run manually traders, TrendSpiders to have a child. Yeah, well, technically they're a competitor of ours, so we did a couple of whatchamacallit, webinars together with them, but they used to be more charting, and they've really making their way into scanning. So but yeah, I mean, I can drop the custom formula in here, and anybody that's familiar with customs can use it. Let me find that custom, and again, it's a true false, so let me get that custom for you. So anybody that's familiar with customs, you're welcome to use that. And like I said, it's a true false statement. So when you add that filter, you put a 1 in the minimum column of the Windows specific filters tab, and it'll return you any stock that meets the criteria of this filter, what this filter is saying, and also has to meet the rest of the criteria of the scan. Yeah, I mean, gold was up early, but here's the thing with gold. I mean, we have inflation for over a year now, like rocketing inflation for over a year now. And look at where gold has gone in the last year. I mean, this is where gold started last year. Gold is below where it started last year. Well below. Well, not well below, but probably this is actually where gold started last year. So here's where gold starts last year. Here's where we are. I mean, now, technically speaking, there are things about this chart that I like, and I keep saying to myself, it's got to catch a bid, right? This move right here, and this wedge with this kind of horseshoe up pattern that's there. I just keep feeling like it's gotta give, no? But it just hasn't done what I thought it would do. And again, the market's selling off, and they're talking about rate hikes and stuff. You'd think that would be good for gold. That's what gold did as a reaction to that. Gold traded even worse than the market did today. I mean, look at that chart. Look at that gold chart on 15 minutes, and look at the SPY chart. The gold almost mimicked the SPY today. Gold wasn't doing anything special. Gold mimicked the entire market. SPY gap down, big move up. Gold gap down, big move up. We had this down bar, retested, had this down bar, all right? And then gold started to kind of make a move on its own while this was kind of sort of curling up. So I guess, yes, gold went a little counter the market right there. And as soon as the market sold off, look at that. Nothing. Dead in the water. So again, on a daily chart, gold says to me, hey, I should be doing something soon. To the positive side. It's just not doing it. I don't know why. And I won't overthink it. That's my thing. The chart tells me don't go long gold yet. And it also tells me gold miners really don't go long gold miners. I mean, look at this gold mining chart. I mean, come on. At least the physical gold chart has, that rounded bottom base wedging like this. This does not have that at all. I mean, we can say that maybe we've established a real long base here. That's a big maybe, though. And that's going all the way back to looking at these levels back here. Going back to what year is that? Is that 2019? Yeah, going back into 2019. And not like the beginning of 2019, the middle of 2019. So, like I said, I just don't know with gold. So, all right, 4:30, folks. That is going to do it for me. Tomorrow, I am going to start my kind of marathon sessions because our test drive that's starting tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, really late tomorrow afternoon, after the market closes, our test drivers will go live tomorrow. Sometime, I'll say, in between 4:20 p.m. Eastern and probably 4:45 p.m. Eastern. There's a script that turns them all on. I don't know that hits every account at once, or if it puts them through in batches over a couple of minutes. Regardless of that, I will be here extra time tomorrow. I won't be here during the day tomorrow, so if you have emails coming in for me or you're coming into the live chat for me tomorrow, I'm off actually tomorrow until I come back from some personal things. But as always, I will be here about 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to carry it until the questions really stop tomorrow evening. That's when I'll stop. I'll probably kind of go off the mic for a little bit at the 4:30 hour just to give a rest before I really get going later. Saturday morning, I'll be here live Saturday morning at 8 o'clock in the morning on this stream, and then I'll be here live 9 o'clock in the morning. These are all Eastern times on Sunday morning. I'll stick around while there's questions. If people are just coming and they just want me to talk, I'm not going to do that. I'm here to help answer questions for people that have questions on the platform. So, all right, thank you all very much for popping in, and we will catch you on the flip side tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Thursday evening. Take care, and bye.